안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 컨퍼런스가 시작될 예정입니다. 로비에 계신 참가자분들께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The 2026 BOK-CEPR-OECD Conference on the Economics of Population Aging and Longevity will begin shortly. We kindly ask all guests to make their way into the conference hall and be seated. To ensure the smooth progress of the conference, we kindly ask that you switch off your mobile devices or set them to silent mode. Your cooperation would be greatly appreciated. Lastly, for your safety, please take a moment to note the emergency exits. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2026 BOK-CEPR-OECD Conference on the Economics of Aging and Longevity, from Challenges to Opportunities. My name is Sunny Yu from the Demographic and Labor Economic Studies team at the Bank of Korea's Economic Research Institute. It is my pleasure to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for this two-day conference. It's a great honor to welcome such distinguished speakers and delegates representing leading institutions and organizations from Korea and around the world. Jointly organized by the Bank of Korea, the OECD, and the CEPR Research and Policy Network on the Economics of Aging and Longevity, this two-day conference brings together leading academics, policy experts, and senior policymakers from Korea and around the world. Over the next 2 days, we'll explore the challenges and opportunities arising from aging and population decline. Key topics will include ultra-low fertility, technological innovation and artificial intelligence, and institutional reform for a longevity society. The program will feature keynote speeches, research presentations, panel discussions, and a high-level policy panel on how to sustain growth and prosperity amid profound demographic change. We sincerely hope you will join us throughout the program and stay with us until the very end of the program. We will now formally commence this conference with opening remarks by Dr. Shin, Governor of the Bank of Korea. Owing to a previously scheduled overseas engagement, Governor Shin is unable to join us in person today. He has kindly recorded a special message for this occasion. May I now invite you to direct your attention to the screen for the opening remarks by Governor Shin.
Good morning. Let me add my welcome to today's conference. I wish I could have welcomed you in person, but I will be on a plane when you watch this. Nevertheless, I wanted to say how much I appreciate your participation at this event. We very much value the collaboration with the OECD and the CEPR in putting together the program for this conference. This conference on the economics of aging and longevity is an opportunity for us to lift our eyes to the distant horizon. Among the longer-term issues facing central banks, demographic transition is one of the most important. It is key to the evolution of productivity, potential growth, or G-star, and long-term equilibrium interest rates, or R-star. I think it's fair to say that what is happening in Korea today foreshadows what many other countries will face tomorrow. And I also note the subtitle of the conference, From Challenges to Opportunities. Demography is a powerful force, but, as they say, demography is not destiny. Over the broad sweep of history, we know how much productivity and long-term growth is determined by the generation and dissemination of knowledge. And the questions that follow are especially sharply posed today as AI has burst on the scene. All of these questions are reflected in the program to this conference. This morning, Professor Fumio Hayashi's keynote draws lessons from Japan over the last 3 decades. And as he will show, there are some important pitfalls to avoid, but also some hopeful lessons on why, indeed, demography is not destiny. Other papers today shed important light on how aging reshapes the environment for monetary policy. This afternoon, Professor Hwang's keynote takes up the motherhood effect behind ultra-low fertility. Other papers ask how status competition in education depresses birth rates and why aging economies must absorb larger fiscal adjustments in far less time. Tomorrow, we turn to the opportunities, although with the justified caution, as you would expect in a conference hosted by a central bank. Following Professor Shin's keynote, session 3 asks whether technology can offset a shrinking workforce. Here, we see some evidence of a boost from AI, but we will also hear why AI may not be a panacea. Let me also say that it is particularly good to have my old friend Andrew Scott here. Andrew's keynote revisits the relationship between declining fertility and output per worker, drawing on 7 decades of data. And a panel on innovation and aging brings the conference to a close. And let me leave you with one final thought. Unlike the short-term shocks that we spend most of our time addressing, demographic change announces itself decades in advance. It is indeed a formidable challenge, but we can see it coming, and we can prepare in good time. Today, Korea finds itself at the core of the AI ecosystem and is benefiting from unprecedented semiconductor production and AI-driven investment. And this is the moment to prepare, not to postpone. And I trust that these discussions today and tomorrow will lay valuable foundations for that work. Let me thank you again for being here, and I wish you 2 days of lively debate and warm exchanges. See you in person next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Governor Shin. Next, we will hear welcoming remarks from Dr. Johansson, Director of the Policy Studies Research Branch in the OECD Economics Department, representing the OECD as one of the co-organizers of this conference. May I now invite Dr. Johansson to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming her with a warm round of applause.
Losing the clicker, but good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to have you with us today at this conference. So I'm delighted to welcome you to this conference on behalf of the OECD as well. So first, I would like to begin to thank the Bank of Korea for hosting us here in lovely Seoul and for the excellent cooperation in preparing this event. I would also like to thank the partners in the CEPR Research Policy Network on Economics of Aging and Longevity, and all the researchers and academics and participants of this conference that are here with us today, as well as the teams back in Paris and here in Seoul for a great organization of the event. So this conference is timely. Understanding and adapting our societies and economies to aging is not something that we can postpone. Demographic change is not happening in a distant future. It is actually happening now in many of our economies. So over the next 2 days, we will examine the economics of aging and longevity from several different perspectives, ranging from macroeconomic consequences of aging and shrinking population and the causes of implications of ultra-low fertility to the interaction between population aging and technological progress such as AI. This is a wide-ranging program, and appropriately so, since population aging is one trend that is affecting almost every part of our economies. Just to give you some background and context of what's going on. Across the OECD, the share of people aged 65 and over have more than doubled since 1970, reaching around 20% today, and is projected to increase by some 4% in the next decade, with some countries experiencing faster population aging than others, such as Korea. These changes in the age distribution of the population reflect two different trends. The first is that people are living longer, which is a great achievement of economic and social progress. Today, the average life expectancy at birth of the OECD countries has risen from 70 years in 1970s to above 80 today. But more importantly, improvements in life expectancy now predominantly comes from gains in healthy aging and reductions in mortality at older ages, rather from reduction in mortality among children and younger adults, which was happening in the earlier 20th century. The increase in number of years that people can expect to live in good health generates huge welfare gains in itself. It also gives people greater opportunity to remain active in work for longer, which is already happening in most of our countries. But rising life expectancy is not the only and perhaps not the primary driver of the change of the composition of population. The second development is that birth cohorts have become smaller. Over time, larger, older cohorts are replaced by smaller, younger cohorts, shifting the age distribution towards older age groups. Fertility rates have been below replacement levels in many OECD economies for several decades and have declined further in recent years. Some countries have experienced a gradual decline in birth rates, while others, including Korea, have moved from high fertility to low fertility within a much shorter period. And these differences have important implications for the pace at which population age. Longer lifespans and smaller cohorts have potentially different economic implications and potentially different policy implications. Longer lives raises questions on how policies and institutions can enable societies to benefit more from longevity by facilitating, for example, longer and more flexible careers, supporting lifelong learning, and adjusting pension system to reflect the reality that people are living longer. Smaller cohorts entering the labor market require us to consider the consequences of declining workforce, widening regional imbalances, and how to finance public services such as healthcare and social system. These questions are central to our work at the OECD. For example, our economic service regularly examines the implications of economics of aging in our countries. Korea is a case in point. The 2024 Economic Survey of Korea included an in-depth chapter on responding to population decline. It highlighted the cost of motherhood and also examined labor market implications, retirement and migration policies, how that can help Korea to adapt to shrinking workforce. And the work that we did on this survey benefited greatly from close cooperation with the Korea Institute for Health and Social Affairs. More recently, we launched the survey of 2026, and in this survey, we cover the pressures from population aging on fiscal situation, challenges in education and lifelong learning. And today, we will hear the findings from an in-depth analysis of the geographic of opportunities from my colleague Volker. And this work that we did benefited very much from collaboration with colleagues at the Bank of Korea, which we greatly appreciate. And we also have cross-country research at the OECD that complement our in-depth country surveys. So right now, we conduct research on the productivity growth in aging societies, the fiscal implications of aging, and the role of aging and migration for growth across different sectors of the economy. And one thing that this insight from this cross-country analysis highlight is the importance of commonalities across countries, which are undergoing similar demographic changes and meaning that they can learn from each other's experience, like this conference today. The analysis that we do also shows that the pace, timing, and intensity of demographic change differ significantly across countries, so policy responses must take national circumstances and institutions into account. More recently, we have also started to examine how aging interacts with other major structural transformation, including artificial intelligence. And earlier insights from this work will be presented in session 3 today by my colleague, Matthias. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight a few initiatives and platforms that are dedicated to aging that we either lead or support at the OECD. One is the OECD Center for Population Dynamics, and this center is dedicated to advancing policy-oriented research on demographics, and bringing together stakeholders to discuss these issues. Our ongoing collaboration with the CEPR network on economics of aging and longevity, which is led by Dr. Andrew Scott, who's here today, brings together frontier academic research with policymakers and to discuss opportunities and challenges of aging. And this conference is a big important part of this collaboration. So let me just conclude with saying a few words why I believe that these type of partnerships between academic research, national experts, and policy work are particularly valuable in the context of aging. Demographic change has implications from almost every part of the economic and social life. And it's also one of the few trends that is comparably easy to forecast, as we already heard from Governor Shin. So we are living through a period of heightened uncertainty where policymakers are facing competing shocks that are hard to predict, such as rapid technological change, energy shocks, climate risk. Population aging is different, as we have a reasonably good sense on how the age structure of our society will evolve over the next decade or two. And this gives us an unusual opportunity to prepare for this shock. But what is less certain is how demographic trends will affect and shape and interact with other structural changes and how they can be shaped by policies. And it is our collective task to put in place conditions and policies that will allow aging societies to thrive. And this will involve redesigning institutions that were created for shorter lives and different population structures and adapting them to the realities of today with greater longevity in shrinking working age population. Korea is by demographic necessity at the leading edge of this debate, as demographic change is happening earlier than in many other OECD countries. And having this conference here taking place in Korea, here at Bank of Korea, is therefore a great opportunity to learn from each other. And I hope this conference will contribute to deepening our understanding and how demographic change affects our economies, what effective policies can mitigate the challenge, and where longer lives may create opportunities that we should realize. I very much look forward to the discussion and the presentation in the coming 2 days, and I wish you a very good conference, and thank you very much again.
Thank you, Dr. Johansson, for your welcoming remarks. This concludes the opening ceremony. We will now proceed with the first session of today's conference. We are honored to open session 1 with a keynote address by Professor Emeritus Fumio Hayashi of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Professor Hayashi will deliver a keynote address entitled "The Root Cause of Japan's 30-Year Stagnation, Implications for China, the US, and Other Mature Economies." May I now invite Professor Hayashi to take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you for having me in front of you. I'm very grateful to the organizers, co-organizers, because you are the ideal audience for my paper. And the paper itself can be downloaded, not just the abstract, but the paper itself can be downloaded from this URL. Okay, let me start by showing you this picture. This is a 20-year, this is an update of the paper, the plot by Anne and John 20 years back in Economics Letters 2006. They show that there is a nonlinear hump-shaped relationship between growth and population aging. And I'm just updating their plot. Okay, in the plot, what you have in the vertical axis is the growth rate. The growth, however, growth rate. So it's the growth rate of GDP divided by the working age population, age 20 and 79. I just wanted to make sure I'm in the working age population because the range includes 79. And the data source is the standard data source, Penwell table, version 11.1. This 11.1. And so that's in the y-axis. In the x-axis, you have standard measure of population aging, which is the ratio shown here. The ratio of old people to young people in the working age population. And this is average. The average either for over 1960 to 90, the 30-year period, or the latter period, 1990 to 2020. And the data source is another standard data source, United Nations WPP, World Population Prospects. Okay, now there are two features in the plot. The first is Japan's reversal of fortune. Japan used to be a star, high-performing country in the earlier part of the 30-year period, and then now it's Japan has turned quite ordinary or less than ordinary in the latter 30-year period. And that's Japan's reversal of fortune is taking place while Japan's population aging, along with the rapid population aging. Japan used to be a relatively young OECD country, member of the OECD countries. Now, Japan is the oldest in the world in terms of old to young ratio for the latter period. The second feature is a bigger picture, which is the negative correlation. Negative correlation, if you look at countries to the right of 0.4, the countries with the old to young ratio above 0.4, you see a negative correlation across countries. So those are the two features. Now, look at, there are exceptions. There are exceptions. Look at these countries. They are Latin American countries, India, and notably Turkey. You wish to forget about those people, right? If you ignore those countries, the negative correlation is very strong. And I'll tell you how to forget about those countries in the southwest region. All right. So this is for OECD selected OECD countries and Asian tigers and Japan. Let me skip over 2 slides and have you look at this picture. That's another cross-country plot of growth against population aging. Population aging for all the countries, 142 countries in the sample for the latter 30-year period. Filled in circles are what I call post-transitioners. The countries having completed the demographic transition, some reasonable definition of demographic transition based on the life expectancy and fertility rate. So those are the filled in circles are post-transitioners, and there are 52 of them. But you see you see two groups, right? Twin peaks. The first group is the post-transitioners, and the other group is the rest of the population, pre-transitioners. You see, you should not be surprised by to see this twin peaks, because that's what theory suggests. The multiple equilibrium theory of development says there are two equilibrium, bad equilibrium and good equilibrium. In good equilibrium, you have sustained growth. In the bad equilibrium, you have stagnation. Or more recent unified growth theory states that the country initially is in the Malthusian regime, followed by the demographic transformation, which in turn is followed by the modern economic growth of sustained growth. Okay, from now on, I'm going to focus on post-transitioners, post-demographic post-transitioners. Let's go back to the first slide. Okay, I told you you can forget about these countries, but they are pre-transition. So if you focus on post-transition, you get this negative correlation, particularly for countries whose ratio is above 0.4, because being above 0.4 is a signal that the country has completed the demographic transition. Okay, just a few words about China. China is over here for the last 30-year period, 1990 to 2020. The annualized growth, per worker growth rate is 5.5%. Now, if you look at IMF or World Bank PPP GDP estimate, the growth rate, China's growth rate is close to 8%. The reason that China's growth rate is as low as well below the official estimate is because I use Wu's alternative GDP estimate for China. This is the US, this is the official PPP GDP, and the black line is Wu's alternative GDP estimate. And actually, as a matter of fact, 10-world table until version 10.0 adopted Wu's, and they switched, and then in the latest version, 11.0, they switched to the official GDP, PPP GDP, which shows a higher growth. I have only two. I wish I had higher growth rates. Okay, the reason I stick to the Wu's estimate is mainly because of Martinez' JPE paper. He showed based on the satellite image. You know, if you look at North Korea, it's dark. Yes. So you get some sense of economic activity from satellite images. He concluded that autocracies, including China, overstates GDP growth rate by 35%. That's the reason. My estimate of China's growth rate is as low as 5.5%. All right. Here is the roadmap. 4 items, and I have actually, we are done with the first item. So the next item on the agenda is how to incorporate this demographic effect in the growth equation. That's item number 2. And then item number 3 is how to do projection, long-term projection using the growth equation. And the final part is the results. Okay, I'm going to spend 10 minutes abusing you with a number of equations. Here is the equation, the growth equation I'm going to use. And let me spend maybe 1 or 2 minutes justifying this. The main feature of modern growth theory is conditional convergence, right? So here is the steady state growth path. The vertical axis is per worker GDP, and the horizontal axis is time. So there is steady state growth path. And conditional convergence says that the position of the steady state growth path could depend on the country. So there are low ceiling countries, high ceiling countries, but the slope of the steady state path is the same across countries. Okay. Now, if you start from below, you will, through capital accumulation, you will converge to the steady state, which means that there are 2 growth determinants. One is the convergence effect through adjustment to the steady state growth path, and the other is the slope of the steady state growth path. Okay, turning to the equation, say, look at equation 4a, for example. Look at the right-hand side. This term, the first term is so-called the Bomo effect. Here, gamma is the growth rate. Y is the per capita level, the level of per capita GDP. So that's the initial position. And that represents the convergence. And then this part is the steady state, represents the steady state growth path. This psi I for country I is the fixed effect determining the position of the steady state growth path. And mu t is the time trend. Okay, now if you look at the literature, the growth empirics is about looking for additional growth determinants. Here, given the picture we looked at, I include the age effect. Z is the old to young ratio, but there can be other growth determinant, and that will be in the error term. The error term would include other growth determinants, and it certainly will include measurement error for GDP. Okay. Now, this growth equation is good for any time period, so I wrote down 2 of them. One for the latter 30-year period, and the other for the first 30-year period. This particular growth equation has been entertained by quite a few researchers. For example, David Koenig, I just talked to him, and he says, yes, he estimated this equation. Or tomorrow's keynote speaker in the morning has written a paper using this particular specification of the growth equation. So have I convinced you that this is the equation you should look at? Okay, so having justified this equation, another justification is, if you look at my paper, there is an appendix where this equation is derived from a overlapping generations model with the technology adoption. Okay, so two growth equations for 2 30-year periods. I'm going to take the first difference to get to equation 6. So for this error term is just the first difference of the of this u, error term u. And the first difference in the log ratio becomes this, which is, I'm going to call this the aging speed. And the point here, one point I want to make is that the convergence effect and the fixed effect can be summarized by lagged growth. So fixed effect disappears, and the convergence effect is now captured by lagged growth. So this is the growth momentum. Okay. All right. So that's the growth equation, and I'm going to base this growth equation for textbook long-term projection, which is this. Okay, let me first tell you what the those are the two steps. All right, so here is what I do before the two steps, two-step procedure. I move this growth momentum to the left. So the equation is about growth, momentum adjusted growth related to some constant. That's the technological change in the time trend. So that's the productivity growth rate and the aging speed. So this equation relates growth, momentum adjusted growth on the constant and the aging speed. Okay. The associated regression or long-term textbook projection is this. Step 2, let me start from step 2. Step 2, this is what you want to forecast. Momentum adjusted growth moving forward over the next 30 years. That's what you want to forecast. Look what's on the right-hand side. Equation 6 says it should be related to the intercept and the aging speed, again, moving forward over the next 30 years. Of course, we don't observe the ratio, actual ratio for the 2020 to 2050, but there is an estimate. The United Nations WPP has a projection of this ratio. So that's what Z hat is. Okay. All right, so you can actually observe this projected aging speed. So what you want is the best linear estimator, best linear predictor of the future growth, yes? And the best, what do we know about the best linear predictor? The coefficients are the least squares projection, yes? Least squares projection. And the question is, how do we get those consistent estimate of the least squares projection coefficients? And that's where step 1 comes in. The textbook long-term project, textbook out of sample projection utilizes, estimates the least squares projection coefficients from in-sample regression, corresponding regression, which is momentum adjusted, actual momentum adjusted growth on the constant and aging speed. Now the aging speed, given that this is a projection, I'm going to put projected aging speed. But as of 1990, not as of 2020, but as of 1990. Now for the projection of Z as of 1990, I take the projection from 1992 edition of United Nations WPP. So you have that expectation available from United Nations WPP. Okay, now you may wonder, okay, so this is the in-sample regression and call pi 1, this is the slope, Euler slope coefficient. And that will be here, will be used here. Okay, just 1 minute on omitted variable bias. So in other words, in-sample regression regresses momentum adjusted growth on the constant and aging speed. But I told you that there are other growth determinants besides demographics, yes? So if you do estimate this equation by OLS, you get the omitted variable bias, right? So the OLS estimate of the coefficient is not going to be consistent for lambda, which is the structural parameters. But the biased estimator is what you want, yes? You want the omitted variable bias. Why? Because you want a consistent estimate of this least squares projection, which is about direct and indirect effect of population aging. All right, so that's my 30 seconds on the omitted variable bias. Okay, so right. One more slide. All right, so that's how you obtain out-of-sample projection of this momentum-adjusted growth. But this lagged growth, actually we know the lagged growth, right? So add that lagged growth to your projection to back out the underlying out-of-sample projection of future power worker growth. Okay. So that's how you obtain this projection. And you can show under equation 6 that the Euler slope, Euler slope coefficient is consistent, indeed consistent for the coefficient in the best linear estimator, but not necessarily for the intercept. Therefore, I'm going to look at projected growth difference from the US. I'm going to take the USA, the center of the world, as the base country, as the base. And this differential is going to be unbiased. It's going to be consistent for the best linear estimator. So we will be looking at projected growth differential. And it's easy to derive from this formula, this simple formula. Okay, this is all you need for the rest of my talk. The simple formula implied by the out-of-sample projection is projected growth differential depends on two components. One is having to do with the growth momentum carried over from the previous 30-year period, current 30-year period. And the other has to do with demographics, the difference in the aging speed relative to the US. And this kappa, let me remind you what kappa is. It comes from here, equation 6. Now what's kappa? Kappa is related to this beta by this definition. And kappa is often called the speed of convergence. And kappa is speed of convergence, and it's per year because it's multiplied by 30. Okay, if you talk to Robert Barrow, he says there is the iron law of convergence. Kappa is 2% per year. So for now, I'm going to assume he's right, and kappa is 2%. So I can do, you have to know kappa, right, to compute the momentum adjusted growth. So for the time being, I'm going to set kappa equal to 2% per year. Okay, so that's what kappa is, 2% per year. So you can compute this. And the second component has to do with population aging. Pi10 is the Euler slope coefficient from the in-sample regression. Yes, from this regression, pi, this pi is the slope coefficient. That's sitting here. Okay. And this is going to be negative 3.95. So this, if the country ages faster than the US, then this term is negative. All right, I have 8 minutes, so I have maybe 6 minutes. I'm going to spend 6 minutes to go over the results. Okay, that's the in-sample regression. In-sample regression is this regression. Oops. This regression regress momentum adjusted growth on the aging speed. Only the sample size is 25 because the way the equation 6 was derived assumes the country is a post-transitional for both 1960 and 1990. And there are only 25 of them in the world because former Soviet bloc countries, they are actually post-transitionals already 1960, but we don't have their in GDP for 1960, so we cannot compute their momentum adjusted growth rate. Okay. Right, so sample size is 25, and Japan is here. This is Japan's momentum adjusted growth. So let me just, momentum adjusted growth is this. It depends on growth over this period and growth over this period. So you need GDP data for 1960, right? And I think it's a remarkable regression. Regress momentum adjusted growth on the projected aging speed as of 1990. Japan is not an outlier. It's very informative observation. Without Japan, you still get a negative slope, negative pi, but inclusion of Japan makes the estimate of negative 3.95 very precise. Okay. And Ireland is an outlier, but David Canning knows why Ireland is an outlier. He may have a chance to talk about it in this afternoon. Okay, so the main message of this graph is, had you known the slope of 3.95, you are sitting you are in 1990, and you could have predicted Japan's reversal of fortune as of 1990. UN projection, this is projected aging speed, but actual aging speed from the earlier 30-year period to the latter 30-year period is almost the same. Now, why is UN's projection, 1990 projection, was so accurate? That's because Japan is using the term Sero's language. Japan is an early aging economy. Japan's demographic transformation was complete well before 1960. So it was easy, actually. It was easy to predict the old to young ratio for the 1990 to 2020 period. We'll notice that Korea, Taiwan, and China are 30 years behind Japan in terms of the timing of demographic transformation. And furthermore, according to David Bloom of Harvard, there is a reason for this steep decline in the total fertility rate. That's the legalization of abortion. So Japan's transformation was triggered by the legalization of abortion. And we know why China's total fertility rate declined, right? It's that one-child policy. And I'd like to know from you, actually, what triggers Korea's transformation and Taiwan's transformation. Okay, I'd like to spend 4 minutes to cover. All right, so now we are ready to look at per worker GDP. Here is the per worker GDP for 2020. That's data from Penn World Table. Singapore, US, normalized to 1 for the USA, and Japan is in the basement, okay, due to the brutal aging secular slump. How do we go from 2020 to 2050? Use this identity. We know by simple formula. We know this, and use this identity. Y is the per worker GDP to go from 2020 to 2050. And so here is my projection of GDP, per worker GDP in 2020. And compare 2020 to 2050. The basic message is East Asian countries will decline relative to the US and European countries. The reason is in the simple formula. This is negative. The Euler slope, negative 3.95. And East Asian countries will grow faster than the US. So this term is going to be a huge demographic drag. East Asian countries, except for Japan, grew faster than the US between 1990 and 20. So this term is positive. But because of this demographic drag, East Asia countries will fall behind in terms of, relatively speaking, will slump relative to the rest, Europe and the US. Okay, 1 minute on GDP, the level of GDP. GDP is per worker GDP times the working age population, yes? And here's the Penn World tables. I'm using Wu's estimate for China, but for level, there is not much difference between official and Wu's estimate for China. So that's in data. Those two countries dominates the rest. So let's just focus on USA and China. China is bigger than the USA by 15% in terms of total GDP. How do we go from 2020 to 2050? Use this identity. Because GDP is population times per worker GDP, there is this extensive margin. Yes. Change in GDP, relative GDP, is change in per worker GDP, but you have to add this extensive margin having to do with the population. And this for China, if I is China, this is huge. USA, it's about 9% over a 30-year period. Rate of change of population, working age. China's rate of change is negative 9%. So here, the extensive margin is very much against China. It's about negative 19%. So well, this is just to show you that the convergence speed is 4% higher than China's ratio to the US will be lower. Okay. Because current high growth is going to disappear faster if the speed of convergence is faster. Okay, I guess I'm done. So those are the two main conclusions. Japan's root cause of Japan's stagnation is population aging. And the ultimate cause of population aging for Japan is the legalization of abortion. Legalization of abortion is the ultimate cause cause of Japan's reversal of fortune. Second conclusion is what has happened to Japan will happen to Korea, China, Taiwan, and Singapore. The governor said there's population aging is not destiny, but this is the destiny. But it's conditional on United Nations population projection. So my prediction is as good as UN population projection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hayashi, for giving us an insightful speech. Once again, please give him a big round of applause. We will now proceed to the second presentation of session 1. Dr. Hwang, head of the Financial and Monetary Economic Studies team at the Bank of Korea's Economic Research Institute, will present his research paper entitled The Impact of Super-Aging on the Monetary Policy Environment, Implications for Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hwang with a warm round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yu. Good morning, everyone. I am Hwang with the Bank of Korea. I am honored to present our research here at this important conference. Today, I'm going to talk about how population aging affects the monetary policy environment in Korea. The paper I am presenting today is based on Chapter 3 of the Korea Economic Outlook, published last year. And I'd like to thank many colleagues at the BOK who contributed a lot to this research. Okay, before I dive into the main part of my presentation, I'd like to share what I initially thought about the issue. When I was first assigned the topic of population aging and monetary policy, I felt the two were somewhat far apart. Population aging and monetary policy. But as I started to work on this research, I found that this was not the case. Actually, aging and monetary policy were closely interconnected. So in my presentation today, I'm going to explain why and how I came to this conclusion. Okay, moving on. The motivation of this paper is straightforward. Korea officially became a super-aged society by the end of 2024. From 2045, Korea is projected to have the highest elderly population share among all OECD countries. So population aging will bring many changes to macroeconomic conditions under which monetary policy is conducted. So we examine this issue from 3 perspectives: growth and interest rate, inflation, and financial stability. Let me go over the results one by one. First, regarding growth and interest rate, our OLG model predicts that aging will lower potential growth rate and lower real interest rate. This is mainly because of the decline in labor inputs and the increase in savings for retirement. Okay. Second, regarding inflation, our simulation analysis based on the OECD panel data model suggests that rapid population aging will lower Korea's inflation rate by 0.15 percentage points per year over the next 45 years. This happens because all the households tend to reduce their consumption. Okay. Third, regarding financial stability, aging is estimated to weaken bank soundness through the channel of lowered profitability. Okay. So to summarize, the key message of these results is that rapid population aging will bring structural shift, structural changes to the monetary policy environment in a negative direction. And this may challenge the effective conduct of monetary policy. So what would be the implications for monetary policy? Our view is as follows. Lower real interest rate imply narrower room for monetary policy in terms of interest rate adjustment. And weaker growth and bank soundness imply heightened trade-off between policy objectives. Then what would be the appropriate policy responses? Our take is this. We think structural reforms are needed rather than short-term policy responses. This is because demand-side policies are limited in addressing structurally driven low growth and may cause unintended side effects, such as financial imbalances. In contrast, structural reforms expand policy space and strengthen growth and financial stability. And the chart in the center illustrates this key message. Structural reforms can boost growth rate and real interest rate. So in this chart, we assume 3 structural reforms. We assume that fertility rate is increased, converges to the OECD average level. We also assume that expansion of elderly employment. Lastly, we assumed that productivity rate is increased by 0.5 percentage points. If policies for these 3 structural reforms succeed, our OLG model predicts that potential growth rate and real interest rate in Korea can go up by 1 percentage point per year over the next 50 years. Okay. Here is for the remainder of my presentation, I'd like to provide more information, background information on Korea's population aging. Then I will move on growth and inflation condition and financial stability. And I will conclude with policy implications. Okay, so if looking at the chart on the left shows that Korea's population is rapidly aging, and the red line represents Korea. We can see that Korea will have the highest elderly population share starting in 2045. So if you see the chart, the red line, the share of the elderly population in Korea crosses the green line, Japan, in 2045. So as a result, the burden of elderly support in Korea is rapidly aging, as the right chart shows. Then what would be these, drivers of this rapid population aging? And this slide shows that the main drivers of aging are low fertility and longer life expectancy. As you see in the chart, as the red line shows, fertility rate in Korea is dropping steeply. And we can also see that life expectancy is increasing steadily. And our calculation shows that about 70% of the rise in the elderly share is due to the drop in fertility rate, while 30% is due to the longer life expectancy. Okay, our research question is as follows, and I will not repeat them. So why don't we move on to the next section on growth and interest rate. So looking at the chart, we can see persistent downward decline in growth rate on the left chart and persistent decline in real interest rate in the right chart, on the right chart. So Professor Lawrence Summers at Harvard University called this phenomenon secular stagnation. Okay, so to figure out the forces, the reasons behind these downward trends, we constructed econometric model. So the chart shows the key features of the model. First, the model is a life cycle model designed to reflect demographic shifts. Second, it is two-country open economy model reflecting Korea's high degree of economic openness. So there are two countries in the model, Korea and the United States. Third, we assume that imperfect integration in the international capital market. And fourth, we assume that households face borrowing constraints to reflect real-world borrowing behavior. Now, let me show you the results of the model. Okay, looking at the chart on the left, we can see that, let me tell you this. The dotted line represents actual data and its trends. And the solid line shows the model predictions from the model. So if we compare the dotted line and solid line, we can see that, the two are not exactly the same. But if we look at the trend overall, the model captures the trend decline in real interest rate in Korea, blue line, and the United States, the orange line. Okay. And looking at the trend in 2030 and 2040, we can see that the model predicts that the decline in interest rate is likely to continue. Okay. Okay, now we are going to move on to simulation analysis. We set up two scenarios. Our first scenario is this. We assume that fertility rate, currently about 0.7 to 0.8, recovers to the OECD average level of 1.5 over the next 10 years, starting in 2025. Our second scenario is this. We assumed elderly employment is expanded. Specifically, what we assume is that we assume mandatory retirement age is increased, extended from 60 to 65 gradually. And the two charts show the results. So the solid line is baseline, and the dotted line represents results from two scenarios. So if we compare the results on interest rate and growth rate, we can see the fertility recovery boosts growth and real interest rate, but there is a time lag. It takes about 30 years to have some effect. And later retirement, we can see that has an immediate positive impact on interest rate and growth rate. Okay. So what I want to say in this slide is that, I'd like to stress that structural reforms shapes future growth and real interest rate in Korea. So now let me move on to next section on inflation conditions. So I will start with the literature. So in theory, aging can put both upward and downward pressure on inflation. For example, from the demand side perspective, a decline in labor inputs due to a decline in aggregate demand due to lackluster growth put downward pressure on inflation. But from the supply side perspective, a decrease in working age population leads to an increase in wages, and this may push up inflation. So in theory, both effects are possible. The effect is mixed. What about if we look at empirical papers? Looking at empirical evidence, most studies point to downward pressure, as the table shows. But their results are sensitive to aging metric. So to examine this issue more rigorously, we took an econometric method. We follow Yuselius and Takat's approach. If you look at their paper, they consider full age structure rather than just a few age groups. In their study, total populations are divided into 17 age groups, and they examine 22 economies. Key finding of their study is that young old and old groups have different effects on inflation. So we are going to take the same approach. But our analysis will cover 38 OECD countries. So one difference is that we are going to use the latest available data on demographics and inflation because the landscape of aging has changed a lot during the past 10 years. So for example, if we look at 2015, the share of the elderly in the OECD countries was just 16%, and the number of super-aged societies was 6. But what about in 2025? In 2025, the share of the elderly rose to about 20%, and the number of super-aged countries increased to 25. So population aging deepened a lot during the past 10 years. So our econometric model, empirical model is listed in the last line. So we are going to estimate fixed effect panel model, and the dependent variable is CPI inflation rate. And our main explanatory variable is share of age group. And this is, here we are going to use transformed variable. So what we use is actually fourth degree polynomials. This was done to capture the age effect in a parsimonial way. And we are going to control for many things, including output gap. Now, let me show you the estimation results. Okay, looking at the charts on the left, we can find there is an inverted N shape. So age structure and inflation have an inverted N shape relationship, right? So specifically, the youth and young have an inflationary effect, right? If you look at the coefficient, the two groups have a positive coefficient. While the working age group and old group, if you look at the coefficient, they have a negative signs. So they have disinflationary effect. So the key message that I want to deliver is that even within the elderly group, depending on whether they are young old or old, their impact on inflation varies, differs. So why does this happen? So I listed the reasons here. So young old tend to boost demand as net savers. Those in their 50s increases their consumption a lot. But what about old? Old tend to reduce most of their spending except for essential goods and services. So these are the reasons. Okay, using these results, we conducted a simulation analysis. This was done to figure out, the results implication for Korea's inflation. So what we did is we incorporated Korea's demographic projections into the estimated results. So the result is that aging will lower Korea's inflation rate by 0.15 percentage points per year over the next 45 years. Okay. So before I conclude this subsection on inflation, let me tell you this. There are other structural drivers of inflation. So if we think about fragmentation and the globalization, and many countries in the world experienced high inflation during the post-pandemic era. So if we think about these factors exert upward pressure on inflation. So overall, there are a lot of uncertainties surrounding the inflation condition. Okay, now let me move on to financial stability. Okay, if you see the table on the slide, it shows that aging affects financial stability through many ways, through multiple channels, both positively and negatively. If you read through the table, we can see that a majority of studies shows that aging is more likely to reduce bank profitability and increase risk-taking. Okay. So we conducted some preliminary analysis. And it shows that aging may weaken financial stability conditions. Okay, looking at the two charts, let me explain this. The horizontal axis represents the aging index, and the vertical axis shows the income growth rate in the case of left chart, and the real interest rate, right chart. So we can see clear negative correlation between variables, suggesting that aging may weaken financial stability conditions. So to analyze the relationship more rigorously, we estimated a fixed effect panel model. So the table in the center shows the results. And the results, okay, let me explain the fixed effect model first. So if we look at the second line, our dependent variables are first, capital adequacy ratio in the case of column 1 to column 3. And another dependent variable is G-score. Lower G-score implies higher default risk. And the results are listed on column 4 to 6. Okay. So if you look at the results, we can see that aging tends to reduce bank capital ratios and tend to increase default risk. Okay. Next, we examined the channels through which aging affects bank soundness. Two tables in the slide show that aging may undermine bank soundness through lower profitability and increased risk-taking. The two charts show this. Okay. Okay. Now let me move on to our analysis, our results on heterogeneity. So if we look at the table, looking at the interaction term, then we can see that negative impact of aging is greater in banks whose share of real estate loans, mortgage share, is higher. That is the implication of these results. Okay, what I want to add is that, Korean banks have high real estate exposure compared to other advanced economies. And we think this warrants caution when we conduct macroeconomic policies. Now, let me move on to the last section on policy implications. The key implication is as follows. Due to super aging, structural constraints in implementing monetary policy are likely to intensify. Lower interest rate imply reduced policy space for interest rate adjustment. As growth and financial stability weaken simultaneously, super aging is expected to deepen trade-off between policy goals. The appropriate policy responses we believe is as follows. We need to strengthen fundamentals through structural reforms in the real economy. Of course, strengthening foundations for financial stability is also important. And since aging reduces real interest rate and narrows policy space, we, as central banks, need to enhance the effectiveness of monetary policy. For example, by managing market expectations through proper communication. So this last chart outlines detailed policy responses for each sector. I will not go over them one by one. Okay, let me just stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Hwang, for your insightful presentation. We will now proceed to our next speaker, Dr. Volker Zimmermann of the OECD. Dr. Zimmermann will deliver a presentation entitled Spatial Inequalities and Demographic Decline in Korea, Implications for Growth and Cohesion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Yes, hello. I'm delighted to be here, standing in front of you, and I hope after some depressing messages in the presentations so far, I will be able to lift the spirits a bit, foreshadowing a bit the sense of opportunities also in the current situation before we dig deeper into opportunities tomorrow. Let me start by thanking the Bank of Korea for hosting this event and also for the long-standing very well-working cooperation between the OECD and the Bank of Korea. The work I'm presenting today is actually one of the fruits of this collaboration because it's a joint work with Min-Soo Chung, who's in the room, and Dae Lee. It gave also rise to Bank of Korea working paper released earlier this year. So I'm very proud to be a co-author of a Korean language working paper that I have read through thoroughly. And it will also be published as an OECD working paper in the coming month. And the analysis also fed into the OECD economic survey that we released last month or 2 months ago now. So let me start by giving a broader motivation for the project and why it fits also into this conference. Korea is facing two closely interrelated structural challenges. One is rapid population aging, which is at the heart of this conference. And the other is, and that was a bit the key subject of this project, regional inequalities. And our argument is that the two challenges are actually more interconnected than people might think, and that this can create kind of a vicious circle that is operating, we think, in Korea right now. Regional inequalities can encourage young people to move towards the Seoul metropolitan area. That is something that has been happening in Korea for several decades now. And that leads to further concentration of population in the SMA, the Seoul metropolitan area, and also the economic activity there. And this concentration itself has led to congestion effect and high rising housing costs that then make reconciling family and work life more difficult in the SMA. And what we actually find is that the fertility rates in the Seoul metropolitan area are well below fertility rates elsewhere in the country. So this triggers this vicious cycle. because then at the same time, the youth out-migration, hunting down the economic opportunities offered by the Seoul metropolitan area, leads to an out-migration in rural areas and further disparities in regional growth prospects. So historically, this internal migration has served Korea well. It's actually part of Korea's success story over the last 30, 40 years. Seoul has offered access to leading universities and a very deep labor market, while at the same time, that's important, manufacturing hubs outside Seoul have offered attractive economic opportunities outside the capital. And in the context of high fertility rates, as was the case in the past, and these expanding economic opportunities elsewhere, outside Seoul, moving could actually be an engine and also an important pathway to upward mobility for the young. But the context today, as we know, has changed. The younger cohorts, the birth cohorts is shrinking, the younger cohorts are smaller, and regional demographic decline is accelerating, especially outside Seoul, because in Seoul, the in-migration of the youth actually is compensating for the lower fertility rates. So basically, and also economic opportunities are increasingly concentrating in Seoul. So we ask 3 questions in this project, or for this paper. First, does moving enhance intergenerational income mobility? Second, does it matter where people come from and where they move to? And third, how have these patterns changed over time? So our paper basically builds on 3 strands of the literature. First, there's a large body of literature on spatial differences in intergenerational income mobility, both across and within countries. Second, there's evidence for the fact that when you move as a child, that this has an impact on your adult income prospects. And third, that migration is itself selective. So it's the ability to move depends on resources, on own capabilities, on information and networks. So this can create in itself inequalities that can perpetuate across generations. So what our paper does is jointly estimating the impact of migration and intergenerational mobility and the connection between the two for Korea. We use the Korean Labor Income Panel study, CLIPS. Let me give you the main result up front, the main results. First, we find that intergenerational income mobility is comparatively high in Korea compared to other OECD countries. Second, movers have higher adult incomes in itself, but also substantially higher intergenerational income mobility. And third, and that's important for Korea, but also for other countries, the gains from moving depend strongly on the origins and also on the destination of the move. And finally, the access to high opportunity destinations like the Seoul metropolitan area in the Korea case is strongly associated with parental wealth. So the conceptual framework is very simple. Parental resources can affect the children's ability to move, and therefore they can impact their access to economic opportunity. Access to these locations then in fact have an impact on income as an adult. And they create also channels through which geography shapes intergenerational mobility. So we can distinguish basically 2 margins here. The first is the extensive margin, is the probability of moving in the first place. So this can open doors and open opportunities. I will later show how this relates to parental resources and the growing importance for this in Korea. And the second margin is the intensive margin, or we call it the intensive margin. It's conditional on moving, do movers have a higher income prospects and higher intergenerational mobility? Are they less dependent on what their parents were earning? So the data source, the main data source, as I said, was the Korean labor income panel study, CLIPS. We looked at cohorts born between 1971 and 1990 and linked them to their parents. And this gave rise to an overall panel size of a bit more than 1,000 observations, child-parent observations. And to reduce the measurement error, the income for the child and also for the parent was averaged over a period of time. So with these data, we estimate the conventional, the structural equations here, reduced from equations that most people know. So we have two competing or equivalent formulations for this. The first is the standard intergenerational income elasticity, or IGE. It's the first line here, where basically we regress log child incomes on log parental income, log parental income. And the second is the rank slope equation, where instead of taking log incomes, we take the percentile or the rank in the child or parent income distribution. In both cases, we interact parental income with the dummy, with the moving or the migration dummy, to estimate basically this interaction effect here that you can see. So the beta, the red coefficient, gives the intergenerational slope or the income elasticity for non-movers in this specification. For movers, the corresponding slope would be then the sum basically of the beta and the delta that you can see, so the red and the green. And the coefficient gamma in blue captures the migration premium. So that's the increase in income basically that you can expect at average parental income, or at, for the second equation, median parental rank in the income distribution. So parental income here, the log parental income, and also the ranks or the percentile of the income are centered precisely so that this migration premium has a solid interpretation from an econometric point of view. What is important is that we define migration as living in a different region than the region where the child was born, based on 17 regions in Korea. So let me start by giving you the baseline results. So without distinguishing movers and non-movers, so that's the standard specification here in the first column and the third column, depending on the specification we use. The IGE, so the intergenerational income elasticity, is around 0.14, which by international comparison is quite high. I mean, the coefficient is low, which means that the persistence of income when you go from parental income to child income is quite low, which means that there's a relatively high intergenerational income mobility in Korea. And once we introduce migration, so that's here in the, you see the colored estimates in the second and in the fourth column, two main results stand out. First is the sizable migration premium. So that's the blue numbers that you can see here on the graph. At average parental income, that means that a coefficient of 0.23 relates to a 26% income premium for movers compared to non-movers. In the rank specification, you can see it corresponds approximately to 18% percentile increase for movers compared to non-movers in the income distribution. And the second result is more important for our research question here, is that the interaction terms, so that the green numbers here, they are negative. And this means that the intergenerational income mobility is substantially higher among movers compared to non-movers. So on the next slide, you can see this basically graphically. So the slope basically, so the non-movers is the solid bar, and the dashed line correspond to movers. And you can see that the slope is changing. So the slope is much flatter for movers, and it's much steeper for non-movers. And that means that basically, as we said, that intergenerational income mobility is higher for movers. So what is also important here when you look at this illustration is that the two lines actually converge as parental income rises. And this means that the gains of moving are actually substantially higher for low income or children that are born in lower income families. So far we have treated moves as equivalent in the irresponsive of where you come from and where you go to. And in the next part, on the next result, we will show the distinction. We split the sample according to the place of birth. So the first column corresponds to children that are born in the Seoul metropolitan area, the SMA. And the second column is for children that are born outside SMA. And what's important is first that migration is in both cases associated with higher intergenerational income mobility. This you can see by looking at the third line here, the negative interaction term between migration and the parental income rank. So in both cases, moving actually enhances intergenerational or social mobility. But what you can also see is that for children born in the SMA, this impact is much stronger. And what we find actually in a subsequent analysis that I don't show here is that this is mainly due to moves within the Seoul metropolitan area. So Seoul metropolitan area here is the heart, is Seoul, but also Gyeonggi and Incheon. And what matters for those, or what drives this result, the strong result for children born in the SMA is actually moves within the SMA, because the opportunities are concentrated in the SMA. So in both cases, whether you're born outside or inside, moves towards the SMA actually drive the strong increase in access to economic opportunities. What we also find is a very strong impact or very strong trend in the estimates for intergenerational mobility over time. So this is the intergenerational income elasticity coefficient. And here we have split the sample in two periods, children born in the 70s and children born in the 80s. And you can see that the coefficient has substantially increased from over this period. So this points to considerably lower income, intergenerational income mobility for the more recent cohorts. So that's an important result for Korea because, as I said at the beginning, it was part of Korea's success story to have this upward mobility and this high intergenerational mobility. And this seems to be lowering for the more recent cohorts. So these results are also robust for life cycle effects that we have a special robustness checks also in the paper. So this has implications, obviously, both for policy, also for what our recommendations are concerned. I will come back to this later. The next important point is that we find that this decline in intergenerational income mobility over time can be explained by two things. First of all, we find that so here we have basically split the sample into children that are today in their 50s, 40s, and 30s. And what you can see in the graph is in the old days, it was not that important actually to move towards Seoul. So this is actually concerns children that are born outside the SMA with below median parental income. And what the graph shows is their adult income percentile in the income distribution. So in the old days, basically moving to Seoul or to a regional hub or to regions outside the SMA was not that important. people moving towards areas outside Seoul had actually even a higher expected income than people that moved to Seoul. But this has changed a lot over the last generation. So today, income prospects, if you move to Seoul, are higher. So moving to Seoul is basically opening the door to the economic prospects and opportunity. And what is even more important is on the right-hand side, the access to universities. So among those who are born outside the SMA in below median income parental households, studying in a university in Seoul is actually becoming the main determinant for prospective or for higher adult income. And this relationship has changed a lot. As you can see on the right-hand side, for 20 years ago or 30 years ago, moving to or studying in a university in a regional hub or in rural areas or in Seoul did not change materially your expected income. And today, increasingly, it does. So this kind of reinvigorates also this vicious circle that I have introduced at the beginning, that parents know that today, if they want their children to succeed, they have to push to send them to the Seoul metropolitan area to study there, to get the high incomes, to maybe one day be able to be working at the Bank of Korea and all these institutions that you have in Seoul. So there's one issue. I mean, one thing is to assessing this relationship and saying, okay, moving to Seoul increases your prospects. It's not in itself a bad thing, I mean, the problem is that it's increasingly depending on parental wealth. So we have looked at the probability. So that's the extensive margin, basically, I've introduced at the beginning. The probability of migration to the Seoul metropolitan area for children that are born outside the Seoul metropolitan area. And interestingly, it does not depend that much on how much your parents earn. It seems to depend a lot on how much your parents own. So here, parental wealth is basically assessed through housing wealth, which is the main item on households' balance sheets. So this has become, what's behind this is obviously the high housing costs. So access to housing in Seoul depends a lot on the ability of your parents to offer you a flat, or with the resources they have acquired on their household balance sheets, they can basically make you afford a living for their child in Seoul and access to these universities. So with this, we can conclude, and then before I move to the policy conclusions that we have drawn for the survey, but also in the research paper. So first, general intergenerational income mobility is relatively high in Korea compared to other countries, but it is declining. So good and bad news from this side. Second, movers, so those who change from their birthplace and move to a different place where they earn their living, have higher adult incomes and substantially higher intergenerational mobility than non-movers. Third, for those who are born outside the SMA, where people move is increasingly important. So we have seen that moving towards Seoul and studying in Seoul is basically driving the adult income or the expected income that you have as an adult. And the fourth point, access to these high opportunity locations is increasingly associated with parental wealth, and it's also increasingly concentrated. So the broader message is that that was a bit the key subject of our special chapter in this year's OECD Economic Survey, is that reinvigorating intergenerational income mobility requires also broadening of the geography of opportunity. So this brings me to the policy conclusions or the recommendations that we made in our most recent survey. So as I said, moving to Seoul should not be prohibited or seen as a problem in itself. So I think what is important is that alongside this access to economic opportunities that you can find in Seoul. Korea should try to foster opportunities like it has been the case in the 80s and 90s outside the SMA. So we have a few suggestions in our survey. First is the strengthening of the flagship universities in regional hubs. So I think we have to stop this growing disparities between the Seoul universities and those outside Seoul, including in these hubs. Concentrating infrastructure on functional regional hubs. So I think there was a legacy in Korea with innovation cities that is more or less now assessed as a failure. So I think it's important when we think in a context of shrinking population that investments outside Seoul should work in an ecosystem where we have scale effects and we have already existing infrastructure. So it's important to identify these hubs and primarily invest in these functional or soon to function ecosystems. And also what we find is that the fiscal autonomy is very low in municipalities here in Korea. So increasing local fiscal autonomy would also help to improve transport, health, and housing services, especially in the context of a shrinking population. The second leg of recommendations that we made is that for those who choose to move, it should not depend so much on the parental wealth. So I think boosting housing supply in Seoul is becoming increasingly to the forefront in policy making, and we have made a couple of detailed prescriptions in the survey. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention, and you can find more information in these two publications, and soon there will be a third one, OECD working paper on this research that I have presented today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for the highly informative presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. Following the break, we will reconvene for a panel discussion featuring the speakers and panelists from session 1. Coffee and refreshments are available in the lobby. Please enjoy the break and return to the conference hall by 11:35 a.m. so that we may resume promptly. Thank you. We will now begin the panel discussion for session 1. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Matthew Schiff, economist at the OECD. Without further ado, it's my pleasure to hand the floor over to Dr. Schiff. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Yu, and welcome everyone back from the coffee break. My name is Matthias Schiff from the OECD Economics Department, and it is my great pleasure to be moderating this first panel discussion of the conference. So this morning, we have already heard 3 very interesting presentations on various challenges that may arise in the context of population aging. And for this panel discussion, we're additionally joined, very happy to be joined by Dr. Jo, who's the principal professor in the Office of Economic Education at the Bank of Korea. And I was hoping to structure this panel discussion as follows. We would begin with a first round of questions that I direct to each of the panelists with the aim to dig a bit deeper into some of their most important findings from the research that we've heard so far. And then in the second round, I would then want to proceed to a bit of a more general discussion and raise a few questions that touch on points that span across all the presentations that we will have heard, and that hopefully will invite some interesting conversation and exchanges between the panelists. And in this second round of questions, I then also want to invite you to participate and raise your questions that you may have for the panelists. So as we hear from them, please think about your questions and be ready to ask them. I believe there will be microphones going around in the room. So let me begin with the first round of questions, and let me start in order of the presentations that we saw this morning. So I want to follow up on one aspect in Professor Hayashi's keynote that I found particularly interesting. So many papers in the literature on population aging, including some of our own work that we've done at the OECD, they emphasize how a rising share of the older population in a population can reduce economic growth, basically by lowering the per capita labor supply. So this argument relies on a fairly mechanical relationship and operates through the supply of labor and not through a productivity channel. Now, in your paper, you argue that population aging may affect growth through a somewhat more nuanced and dynamic effect that actually does run through a productivity channel. So I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit on why population aging, in your view, affects growth not only via a reduction of the labor supply, but also via weakened productivity growth, and sort of what those channels are through which aging weakens productivity growth.
Right. Well, thank you, Matthias. He just raised 2 questions. One has to do with measurement of labor input, and the other is, given the measure of labor input, why does the aging enters the growth, affects growth? And I have additional slides somewhere here. Where is the? Okay, go to the. Well, it's in the book, so. Okay, you have the book, right? Um, please turn to page 45. Actually, it's good that I have the slides for presentation. Okay, in the growth equation, I'm looking at output GDP per worker. And in the theory of growth, what needs to be, what you want to divide by GDP is labor input. So the assumption here in the growth equation that you see here is that working age population is the labor input. So the assumption is that regardless of age, hours worked is the same across the age bracket. Okay. That's obviously not realistic. 75-year-olds labor supply will be maybe 10 hours a week. On the other hand, 25-year-olds would work for 40 hours or even 80 hours. So the question is, if I put in this growth equation, some people say age, this Z, the demographic effect enters the growth equation to account for the fact that working age population is not the proper measure of labor input. Okay, so that's I guess one your question, yes. So to address that your question, please turn to page 45. Here, instead of dividing GDP by the working age population, I divide GDP by employment. So that's to take into account that older workers, maybe the labor force participation for older workers is less. Or in general, labor force participation may depend on age. So if I do the whole calculation of growth by dividing employment, total employment, rather than labor force participation, you see exactly the same result. So the age effect, you see that the plot is very similar. So it's not that old to young ratio enters to offset the mismeasurement of labor. It's not that. Even if you account for the possible variation across age bracket of the labor force participation, you still get this negative correlation. Okay, and the other turning to page 46, the other in-sample regression, the plot for the in-sample regression, you get a very similar result. So momentum adjusted. Oh, okay, I see what you say. Momentum adjusted growth. The point is, looks very similar to my presentation earlier. So it's not that mismeasurement of labor input is responsible for the age effect. Even if labor input is more properly measured, you still get this picture, the effect of aging on growth. And you can go even further and divide GDP by hours worked. There is data in the Penwell table on total hours worked. So instead of dividing GDP by the working age population, you could divide GDP by total hours worked. So this lower panel on page 46. Yeah, this plot again looks very similar. Even if you allow for age-dependent variation in labor force participation and average hours worked, you get this negative correlation.
So thank you very much for these explanations. So these really show that in your research that the effect of aging goes over and beyond a labor supply effect, and are also found in terms of productivity per hour worked. And maybe in the second round of questions, we can come back to some of the channels that might lie behind that. Let me first now turn to Dr. Indo Hwang. In your presentation, you have emphasized that population aging might create a triple burden for monetary policy by potentially doing three things at once: weakening potential growth, lowering the equilibrium real interest rate, and increasing financial stability risks. So as I was listening to your talk, I was wondering whether your analysis would apply to any country once it reaches a particular level of aging, say a particular share of the older age population, or if there's something specific to Korea due to the fact that Korea is aging rapid and more rapid than some other countries. So put differently, my question is the challenge here really the level of aging, or is it the speed of aging and sort of the difficulty of adjusting to that speed?
Thank you. That's a very good and very challenging question. So if I understand correctly, you are asking whether aging risks are driven more by the ultimate degree or the rapid pace. I have a few thoughts on this issue. First, for Korea, both the degree and the pace are major problems. As I showed in my slide, Korea is moving at an unprecedented pace toward an unprecedented degree of population aging. So in the case of Korea, both the degree of the aging and the pace of the aging are problematic. Second thing that I want to mention is that it is very hard to separate out the two effects completely. So although their relative impacts differ, they overlap a lot. But still, I think I can highlight three main points. First thing that I want to mention is that for the equilibrium real interest rate, I think the ultimate degree of aging is more important. The finite share of the elderly population determines long-term savings and investment. So this creates the long-term floor for real interest rate and determines a central bank policy's pace. This is why I think ultimate degree of aging can be more important for real interest rates. Regarding pace, pace is also important in monetary policy. So due to rapid pace of aging, I think central banks should monitor structural changes very carefully if the speed of aging is very high. So in this regard, the Bank of Korea introduced the K-dot plot 6 months for the guidance for policy rate in autumn 2022. I believe the dot plot helps us prepare for narrower policy space. Second thing that I want to point out is that for the fiscal burden, the ultimate degree also seems more important. The total amount of pension and welfare spending directly depends on the final degree of aging. However, here as well, pace matters. So fast pace means that we have less golden time to reform our monetary and fiscal institutions. Third thing that I want to mention is that for potential growth and inflation, the pace is more important. These variables are measured as year-on-year growth rate. So thinking of transition period and the steady state, during the transition period to a new steady state, a rapid pace creates strong shocks and social tensions and adaptation problems. So because of this, I think the pain caused by rapid pace of aging will be much greater for the real economy and the public welfare and public life. Then once we pass this transition period and once we settle into new steady state, the impact on annual growth and inflation rates will gradually fade out. So the effect will disappear in the long run. So even if in that state, the size of the population will be pretty small. So let me summarize. The ultimate degree of aging sets out our structural limits for monetary policy and fiscal policy, while the pace of aging determines how difficult the transition will be. Because people directly feel the impact of growth and inflation, I think the pain caused by rapid pace will be much greater for the real economy and the public welfare. Okay, let me stop.
Thank you very much for these additional explanations. So let me now turn to Dr. Ziemann. So staying in the context of Korea, you presented results from the most recent OECD economic survey of Korea, showing that people who move across regions, in particular those who move to the Seoul metropolitan area, tend to experience better outcomes in terms of income growth and intergenerational mobility. At the same time, you also show that being able to move to high opportunity destinations in Korea seems to be increasingly associated with parental wealth. So I was wondering how, as a policymaker, how policymakers should interpret these findings. Do they primarily make the case for reducing barriers to mobility, such as financial or housing constraints, so that more people can actually make that move towards high opportunity areas? Or do the findings make the case for expanding opportunities outside the Seoul metropolitan area, so that fewer people will feel the pressure to having to move towards opportunities elsewhere? And to the extent that there perhaps is a tension between these two interpretations of your findings, I was wondering how policy should balance these two approaches.
Yes, thanks a lot, Matthias. Very valid question. So to elaborate a bit on this apparent tension, I think I can go back to the final slide of my presentation, where we try to make the case that these two policy conclusions could actually be complementary. So at the one point, we have to remove obstacles for those that want to come to Seoul and to want to study in universities. But at the same time, you can make this move less attractive in the sense that you can decrease a bit the discrepancies between regional universities and Seoul universities. I think what is important for Korea as a country, I think there's increasing awareness for this, is that they have to create kind of a new social contract or a new vision for the country, because in the mindset of most Koreans, it is still enshrined that you have to go to Seoul, you have to study at Seoul University to become someone. So I think changing or breaking this cycle starts by public policy that instills better opportunities outside Seoul, including the universities, and make it attractive to study there. And I think one way to do so is by drawing on best practice examples in some European countries, where you can create specialized universities, specialized on some topics that are relevant for the local labor markets, and to create an ecosystem that makes that companies that operate in some areas in Seoul actually draw or interact with the university that is in these, you can call it clusters or hubs, so that there are mutual benefits between the students actually and the companies that then recruit the graduates. So I think it is important for students to also find or look at the pathway from graduation to the job. And you can create this virtuous circle basically on a local basis. And that also includes, by the way, one aspect that we haven't touched upon for now is immigration from foreign countries. I think this is a bit the missing piece of the puzzle here. So Governor Shin said aging is not destiny. We have seen graphs where you can actually say that, okay, with fertility rates that we know for today, we can actually extrapolate quite precisely how the age structure will look like in 10, 20, or 30 years. But this is actually wrong, because one missing variable here is net immigration that is probably assumed in Korea as close to zero, a bit like in Japan. But this is an opportunity also for the country maybe to open up, because what we see is that universities in Korea are very attractive to foreign students. But once they graduate in Korea, it is very difficult for them to be hired by firms here in Korea. So I think we have also insisted in our surveys with the recommendations to ease the pathways or to remove obstacles for graduates to hiring here. And I think one way to do so also for universities outside Seoul is once they have specialized in a topic and studied that, that they can be employed by companies that are specialized in these topics and operating outside Seoul.
Thank you very much. Maybe just
Can I?
Please, please react.
So there are two issues that's being raised. One is level versus speed of aging, and the other issue is immigration. Yes. About the issue of level versus speed, if you have the book, sorry, but you have to look at these equations. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 10 and look at the growth equation. Equation 4a, for example. Here, growth depends on convergence effect and this z, the level of aging. So the distinctive feature of this growth equation is the level of aging, not the changing or speed of aging that enters the growth equation. Now, if you read Asimoguru's paper by Asimoguru and Restopero in AER in the 2019 or 18, they enter the change or the speed of aging rather than the level of aging in their growth equation. And they find they enter this ratio, change in this ratio, old to young ratio. And they find that the change in the ratio, the speed of aging doesn't matter. They find. And then they move on to say that, so it's young, the lack of young workers doesn't matter for growth. Why? Because of automation. So move on to emphasize the role of automation in their discussion. Now, my point for the growth equation is that it's it's been known from the paper by the first paper I mentioned, Ang and Jones economics letters paper. It's the level that matters for growth. And as a matter of fact, if you throw in both the change and the level in the growth regression, the level dominates the change. So my claim is that Asimov-Gurula-Sopero's conclusion that age structure doesn't matter for growth is wrong, because they entered the change in the old to young ratio, not the level. That's my response to this issue of aging and level versus speed. Let me say something about immigration. Or am I jumping ahead?
Maybe we can postpone the question on immigration for the second round of questions, but thank you very much for that clarification. In fact, tomorrow we will have another keynote by Andrew Scott that also presents an econometric specification that I believe finds some different results. So I think that's going to be a very interesting engagement then. Also, but now let me move to my question for Dr. Cho. So you're working, as I understand, on an ambitious research project that is titled "The Future 100 Years of the Korean Economy," in which you both look back at the historical growth experience of Korea, but also look into the future and develop a growth strategy for the coming decades. So I'm therefore curious to hear from you to what extent you see demographic forces as one of the dominant forces shaping Korea's future growth trajectory, and what other economic trends or policy actions may have great potential to offset some of that drag. And I understand you've prepared some slides also, so please take this.
Yeah, please, slide, please. Thank you, Matthias, and good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure and honor to join this panel on the economics of an aging and shrinking population. This morning, Professor Hayashi talked about destiny. So the current maybe the demographic situation or demographic shifts lead us to a certain destiny. But here, the problem is that we are yielding to our destiny, current destiny, or we are resisting to that destiny and then changing the course. That is the time that we are standing. So here I want to share my thinking about the current situation. So we are at the position of thinking with the current depopulation or changing our course with the great transformation. That is what I want to share. And before I begin, let me note that the views I present here today are my own and do not represent the official positions of the Bank of Korea. So as we learned in the previous maybe speakers, so Korean demographic shift is happening at an extraordinary pace. So we know that the life expectancy has risen significantly, and also the fertility rate has fallen to an estimated 0.92 this year. And it's a kind of the rebound from the 0.72 in 2023. But we do not know this kind of rebound will be continued in the coming years. But anyway, it's still very low numbers, and so we have to be very cautious about these figures. This kind of shift matters enormously for growth. Over the last 55 years, labor input contributed positively to GDP growth by 0.75% in the most recent 6-year period alone. But looking ahead 10 years, that contribution is set to turn negative. You will see in the next slide. Maybe if low fertility and rapid aging continue without reversal, Korea moves into a genuinely uncharted territory. Depending on the scenario, the population could shrink to somewhat between 10 million or 30 million within a century. Korea's elderly share is projected to be the highest among the OECD countries and by the 2040s, and the age-to-dependency ratio will more than triple by 27. This is current maybe projection. This will be, new one will be released this December. Anyway, placing enormous pressure on medical, pension, and long-term care, medical care spending. So this kind of labor market squeeze is already visible. You know that Korean maybe population is going down currently, but we do not know well about that situation because employment is still going up. So population going down, but employment is still going up due to mainly driven by the elderly's more active participation in the labor market. So we do not know well about the coming situation. I mean that currently I think that we are on the kind of the high area of the maybe population. It's kind of plateau area. There is a cliff in the coming years, and there is a cliff, but we do not know. We cannot see at this time. We are in the plateau. Something is happening, but we do not know where. So on the current employment trends, labor shortage become apparent within 5 years, even with greater. If we have greater participation by women and the elderly, shortages emerge within 10 years. I mean that if the current trends does not change in 5 years, we will see that the negative employment. If we do some efforts, maybe we will see that negative numbers in 10 years. If you look at working age employment, maybe currently declining, already it is declining by 100,000 to 200,000 a year, could fall to a negative 0.6 to negative 1% between 2035 and 2044, and then further negative. And this will drag down GDP growth by 0.4 to 0.6 percentage points, and later, further in the coming decades. So this graph shows that that kind of the result. So what should be done in this situation? First, raise maybe labor participation, forced participation, particularly women and elderly. This means addressing career interruption for married women, building genuine work-family balance, extending the effective retirement age in a way that is socially negotiated along with the wage adjustment, and establish lifelong learning systems and senior-friendly jobs also. And the second one is these measures fall short. If we try to many kind of actions, but if this kind of actions doesn't work well, in this case, Korea will face with select and concentration of industries. We do not have enough people to operate whole industries in this diversified industries. So maybe we have to choose what should be located in Korea and what should be exported to other countries, kind of things. But here, one very big thing happened. As in the beginning, I talked about the yielding to our destiny or resisting to our destiny. Here is AI boom, happened abruptly. So previously, our thinking was that maybe the current demographics will lead to the destiny, the already determined destiny, but there was AI boom. So AI already offers a path. Korea's TFP could be, previously slides show you that it was 0.4 or 0.5 in the last 6 years. But this Korea's TFP could be enhanced by 1 percentage point to 2.5 percentage point in the coming years due to productivity gains from AI relevant sectors. The issue is not that. If AI-driven productivity gains can spread to a wide range of sectors, we will move closer to an aging but highly productive future. That is very important aspect. The current AI boom should spread to other areas with the changing current maybe inference-based AI. We are watching agentic AI, or we are watching maybe physical AI. That should be spread to other sectors. Third one, I think that we still try to raise our fertility rate, at least the OECD average level. That is very important. We have to put many efforts in this area, but I will skip here. And also maybe financial, maybe stability should be kept in mind. Also, it is very important. And so therefore, I conclude that the Korea face a choice between sinking with the population or soft landing through a great transformation of its labor market, productivity model, and social institutions, and our lifestyle also. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing these insightful views. So we now proceed to the second round of questions, which.
But before moving, I have a question about
Yes. Okay.
the page 49. So what is MODS?
Ministry of Data and Statistics. It's a previous statistics department, Bureau of Statistics. Previously, it's renamed Ministry of Data and Statistics. Yeah.
So how are their MODS prediction of future age structure differ from United Nations projection?
I think that we have more detailed information than the UN case. I mean that UN maybe deals with many countries, and then so their assumption is generally to apply to the whole country groups. But in Korea, the maybe MODS only specific to Korea, and then the parameters will be gained from the Korean the specific data. So maybe we think it will be more better than, but comparing with other countries, maybe UN data will be more useful. Thank you.
Thank you. So it seems to me that this morning we've sort of been circling around this question of whether or not demographics is or is not destiny. And we've heard Governor Shin invoke the saying that it is not destiny. But at the same time, we've also heard talks showing that in the past, at least, it seems to have been associated with lower productivity growth. And also, I guess from a purely demographic perspective, it's fair to say that a lot of the aging that Korea will experience over the next couple of decades is sort of baked into its current age structure. So I'm wondering if maybe one way to kind of untangle that knot is to realize that perhaps from a purely demographic perspective, a lot of the aging is already baked in, but the consequences of that aging are open and can be shaped by policy and institutions. So the consequences are not necessarily destiny. And in that context, I was wondering, in your view, among the potential implications of aging that we've talked about this morning, so lower productivity growth, difficulties navigating a low neutral interest rate environment, regional imbalances, and others, which do you view as those that are most amenable to policy intervention, and which are those that are hardest to avoid? And I pose this question to all panelists. So please chime in as you feel.
Yes, thank you, Matthias. It's a nice overarching question that regroups or loops back to all of the presentations. And I think one thing we haven't discussed, which is very Korea specific regarding productivity of age cohorts, is partly institutionalized in Korea. So we have talked about senior-friendly jobs and employability of the young olds, as we call it. I think it's particularly important because I think the productivity shock for Korea can even be more negative or more important than the one we have seen for Japan, because in Korea, basically, if you're above 50 or above 55, let's say, you don't stay very long in your job. It's partly institutionalized, but it's also related back probably to the culture of we saw the life expectancy 20, 30 years ago. So back then, no one probably worked beyond their 60s. So I think there are a couple of issues here. The first is that the skills decline with age more strongly in Korea than in other countries. That was one of the findings from PIAC, from an OECD study that we have also focused on in our surveys. So I think this is something that Korea has to tackle by learning, by doing, by training on the job. And it's not part of the working culture here in Korea so far. Training, lifelong learning, that is not institutionalized, and that can be tackled by public policy quite easily. Another one is seniority-based pay, which is very important in Korea. So you don't earn basically, or your lifetime earnings are not that dependent on your performance, but they solely, in many institutions and most companies and across most contracts, depend on your age. And that actually leads to a situation where churning and job mobility is very low in Korea, because once you are on a good job, you sit there forever and you don't have to, upskill or whatever. You get your age-related pay. And that leads to a situation where many employers actually lay off their young olds around 50 or 52 or 55, I think. So we heard about the real retirement age. It's actually much lower than the pensionary age, and that's also a policy problem. So the pensionary age in Korea is 60, so you contribute to the pension up to 60, but you don't get it before you're 65. So basically, people are pushed out of their jobs way before they actually get a pension, and it pushes many highly skilled highly skilled labor into new jobs. So we have a lot of anecdotal evidence where people stop working in Korea around 50, 55, 58, and then become a taxi driver or open a shop or whatever. So I think it's not just the quantity of labor or hours worked, but also the quality. And I think it would be good to have maybe conduct research on cohort-specific productivities. And I think the productivity decline by cohort in Korea must be much stronger than in other countries, related to these issues: declining skills, mismatch between pensionary and retirement age, and the seniority-based pay system. I think, and these three can be tackled by public policy quite straightforwardly.
I think Volker's answers are related to structural reforms that I presented. So let me focus on these structural reforms. So first, raising the fertility rate takes about 30 years to show results. So there is a significant time lag. So for immediate impact, we must focus on expanding the elderly employment and boosting productivity. So regarding the expanding elderly employment, a key debate in Korea is whether to rehire them after retirement or extend the mandatory retirement age. The former, rehiring, is preferred by the business sector, while the latter, extending the retirement age, is favored by workers and labor unions. So when I talk about the situation in Korea currently, a bill to raise the retirement age from 60 to 65 is under discussion in the National Assembly. However, the main concern is that it might crowd out youth employment. Back in 2016 to 2017, when the 60-year retirement age became mandatory, youth hiring did shrink to some degree. So solving this intergenerational tension is a major challenge. Fortunately, recent survey results are promising. Not only people in their 50s and 40s, but a majority of young people also support extending the retirement age. Of course, increasing female labor force participation is also equally crucial, but I will not mention it here. So next, boosting productivity is the ideal solution with almost no downside. But the problem is that it is not easy. So AI is attracting a lot of attention as a potential game changer. However, according to recent analysis by the Bank of Korea staff, increased AI adoption in Korea has helped reduce work hours. But the problem is that it has not boosted overall productivity yet. So what does this mean? This suggests that workers use their saved time, for example, for rest or self-development, but it didn't translate into higher productivity. So human judgment and the review process or organizational culture still create some bottlenecks. So resolving this AI productivity disconnect is one of our key tasks going forward. So let me stop.
Thank you very much. So I have a number of additional questions that I would like to raise, but I also don't want to monopolize the question asking. So I'm going to look around in the room and see if anybody has a question that they want to raise. And if you do, then please go ahead and perhaps state your question as well as to whom you want to direct the question.
Thank you. So the question, I guess, is probably to Professor Hayashi or anyone in the audience, I mean, on the table. So I guess one short comment relating to your question originally about the productivity effect, and it was confirmed that it is there. And let me refer back to an older study that we have done in the IMF for demographic effects for Central and Eastern European countries. We have a dedicated section on productivity effect, and we took pains to look into productivity effect, measuring even TFP as a left-hand side variable, not to mention labor productivity. What we find is surprisingly robust negative effect, so reinforcing the finding. But what we couldn't figure out is what the heck is going on here. I even remember talking with my growth consultant, Chet Jones of Stanford, who confirmed that there is indeed such a finding in the literature, negative effect. The magnitude is unreasonably large for us to make sense in terms of economics. So ever since, I always thought that is one area where we want to have a better understanding. And so the question is that as you are doing it, whether what seemed to be the most likely cause of that effect, and especially in the context of Japan, which is way advanced in terms of macro effects of aging, whether you could think of some of the things that can be done to ameliorate the effect, if any. And also, if anyone else has suggestions, we'll be very thankful to hear.
Thank you. Professor Hayashi, you want to respond?
Yes. Yes, thank you. The additional slides, can I have my additional slides? Or if you have the book, can you go to page 47? Page 47. Here I have the plot I have on the upper panel is plot of TFP growth on the old to young ratio. And it is, again, it's negative. So that's sort of that's consistent with the research you have cited. So I'm glad that I should read those earlier papers. But yes, so TFP, the macro TFP is negatively affected by aging. And the question is why? Well, we don't know, but there is a model. My model in the paper is that there is a productivity frontier. There's always there's new technology, fax versus email, new technology on the horizon, or could be adopted. But in the workplace, there's too many old people. Old to young, if the old to young ratio is too high, old people can block they try to block the adoption of new technology. So that's one explanation. And actually, I look forward to the paper, tomorrow's paper, by the keynote speaker, by one of the keynote speakers about this technology adoption and growth. Can I take a liberty and respond to some of the points made by the panelists? I guess the point raised was that Japan's population aging in Japan has been brutal. Yes, reversal of fortune. We suffered, but Korea, it's going to be even more brutal. That's the point. Yes, but yes. Let me add another reason why Korea is going to suffer. The brutality is going to be even greater for Korea, and that's if you go to page one of the slides I skipped over in my presentation, page 15 of the book, upper panel. So Japan's population aging was brutal. The ratio for 1960 to 90 was 0.45, and it increased to 8.89, highest in the world for the next 30-year period, 1990 to 2020. Okay, now look at Korea for the 1990 to 2020 period. The ratio is 0.46, very similar to what Japan's ratio was 30 years earlier. So Japan's population aging was brutal because the ratio went from 0.45 to 0.89. Now for Korea, today's ratio is 0.46, and it will go to 1.21. So population aging will be, the extent of population aging is even more brutal for Korea.
Yeah, that's right. It's Korean population demographic shift is brutal, amazingly unimaginable. So please show me the slide. So I want to talk about maybe productivity strategy for a super aged society like Korea. So basically, when we think about the AI boom, before AI boom, we thought the destiny is already determined. We will follow the route, and there is no chance to avoid the course. So we will follow the same route and the same destination and same the maybe goal point. But if we see the current situation, maybe the blue line shows my previous projection of the coming decades. And then maybe the red one not the orange one, is a different route. We see that a few days ago, Bank of Korea published a new growth estimates for this year and next year. And maybe depending on the semiconductors boom, it could be raised further or maintained the same. But anyway, in this situation, the issue is here that this kind of AI boom, how this AI boom will develop in the coming years. It will be short run or it will be maintained for many years. And then it will change our society and global society very dramatically, or it's a temporary one kind of things, and we do not know exactly about that. And in this situation, this kind of AI boom gives us many good chances to deal with the coming aging society. So maybe this kind of AI can substitute and supplement labor. I mean that it can strengthen aged people's maybe the labor force. And also it can augment all the workers' capabilities and also ease the care and healthcare burden also. And AI also bridges knowledge and also builds skills. And the issue is that technology doesn't work everything. So maybe technology and policy should be combined and should go together. So maybe automating knowledge and skill transfer and personalized reskilling kind of things. Maybe in the early process, maybe AI can reduce maybe performance because there is a learning course, but later it will give us good benefits kind of things. Therefore, productivity in a super-aged society isn't achieved by automation and AI investment alone. Maybe real impact comes only when institutional support moves in step with the technology. So I mean that this kind of AI boom should be combined with the aged society, and then it can give us, it can lead us a somewhat different world. So maybe we have to be more focused on this AI boom and its future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I'm really happy that this discussion is bringing out some stark assessments, both for the demographic challenges and also opportunities. So we have a couple of minutes left, so maybe time for one more question. I see Andrew Scott is raising his hand, please.
Thank you. I'm going to put one up for the Demography Isn't Destiny team, I'm afraid. It's been a fascinating discussion. Of course, there's the high-level macro channels linking demography, then there's the detailed mechanisms we're talking about. It's not my sessions, I wasn't quite sure to say this, but tomorrow when I'll be presenting my paper, I'm going to have some different results from those that Professor Hayashi shows. And what we do there is look at lagged fertility rates, and then we can talk about the difference in specifications. But just to say, what I'm going to show tomorrow is if you look at lagged fertility rates, then actually you do find that you get countries who have lower fertility rates tend to specialize in more high-tech industries, more high-tech exports, and try and then that boosts the GDP per worker. And of course, this feeds exactly into your point about AI and robotics. So, we can talk more tomorrow. I just wanted to sort of put it out there that I'm not sure we can yet accept that demography is totally destiny and there are these different channels. So it's one to discuss more tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Please, Volker, maybe for the last intervention before I conclude. Yes.
Yes, I completely agree with Andrew Scott on this. I think the AI boom, the demographic projections are more or less set. Keeping immigration maybe outside of the equation. But the productivity impact is indeed not clear. I think what the AI boom for Korea means is also a twin challenge for fiscal policy. because we are sitting in a country where, I mean, I think the non-AI or non-semiconductor growth is still at 1% per year or something. And this year we will see 3.5, maybe 4% of GDP growth. And 2/3 of this will be driven by semiconductors. So I think there are two challenges here for fiscal policies that are very important to be addressed in timely fashion. First, what is the country doing with the excess fiscal revenues that come from this semiconductor production? So we have seen recently that the government has put out a proposal for a future response fund. So basically a public wealth fund, sovereign wealth fund, where these excess or windfall gains are parked and then used for future, expenditures in the future. And I think it's very important that this vehicle is designed in a way that it gives not, a freely dispensable expenditures to future governments or current governments. So it's very important that this is designed in the fact that governance and transparencies are sufficiently high so that this does not lead to pro-cyclical expenditures. So that's one topic. And the other one is the distributional effects. We have seen in Korea that very few people actually, from a material point of view, benefit from this AI boom. We have seen the bonuses that people in Samsung and the producers of these firms gain. And it's very difficult for in an ad hoc way to address this and to make sure that the gains from AI are distributed in a way that it makes it, from a society point of view, sustainable. So I think these distributional consequences are very important to address, and especially in a country where collective bargaining, for example, is not well established. So I think increasing the coverage of collective bargaining is also one policy that it should be high, and or the stakes are high for this.
Thank you. So I'm looking at my notes and realize that I haven't even gone to come to most of my questions, which I think is just an indication of how lively this debate was and how much ground we covered already. And I'm sure it lays a good foundation for discussions that can continue over lunch and throughout those 2 days. So I would like to ask everyone to give a round of applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much. And we will resume at 2 p.m. With a next session on the causes and consequences of ultra-low fertility.
Our sincere thanks to Dr. Matthew Schiff for moderating the session and to all the panelists for their valuable contributions to such a meaningful discussion. This concludes our morning program. Lunch will be served in the adjoining dining hall, which you will find immediately to your right as you leave the conference hall. For those who have requested a dietary meal, please take the corresponding meal card from your name badge holder and place it visually on your table. The hotel staff will assist you accordingly. Please note that seating is open except for the 3 tables. You may take any available seats. We hope you enjoy your lunch. Session 2 will resume here in the conference hall at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now begin session 2 under the title of Causes and Implications of Ultra-Low Fertility. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Jisoo Hwang, Associate Professor of Economics at the College of Liberal Studies, Seoul National University. Professor Hwang will deliver a keynote address entitled Motherhood Effect and Ultra-Low Fertility, Causes, Consequences, and Policy Implications. Please join me in welcoming her with a warm round of applause.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to the organizers for putting together this conference. So I will like to begin this session with this figure here on the trend in fertility rates across countries. As you see, in all of these OECD countries, fertility rates have declined substantially across the past decades, and now they're all below the replacement level of around 2 children per woman. But this trend is not confined to these high-income countries. We see similar trends in major emerging economies as well, like China, Brazil, and India, which all also have now fertility rates below 2 children per woman. Korea, shown in red in this figure, is at the frontier of this transition, marking the world's lowest fertility rates for the past couple of years. We have seen a slight rebound from last year, but it's still extremely low at around 0.8 children per woman. So magnitudes vary, but I think we can say that low fertility is becoming a global phenomenon, and we are living through a major demographic transition toward an era of sustained population decline, which we have very little historical precedent. And that is why policymakers and researchers, like those of us here today, are paying attention to answering questions about what is driving this fertility decline and what can be done to address it. So I think it is important for me to acknowledge at the outset that there is currently no consensus on what is the main driver of fertility decline. And therefore, there is currently no consensus on what is the most effective policy when it comes to addressing or reversing low fertility rates. However, there are several strands of literature and explanations out there. The first, like we talked over lunch, is housing. So housing costs have risen substantially, especially in urban areas. And with the economic insecurity that young people face, it's becoming more difficult for them to settle down and start families. The second explanation is intensive parenting. So parents today spend more money and time on each child than before, especially on their education. So it's become more expensive to raise children. And Min-Chul Yum is going to talk more about this in his talk afterwards. The third is that social norms are lagging behind women's changing economic roles. And as a result, it's become more difficult for women to combine parenthood and work. And so they may delay or forego having children. Fourth, there's recent discussions about shifting priorities and changes in life values. So childbirth, marriage, they're no longer considered to be universal milestones of adulthood, but they compete with other life goals like personal development and leisure. And lastly, there has been interesting research on the role of technology. So with social media and smartphones, young people today simply spend less time interacting with others in person, and that can lead to decrease in dating, marriage, and fertility. So as you can imagine, these factors are not mutually exclusive, and they can have different relative importance depending on the context. But today in my talk, I'm going to focus on number 3, the third explanation on this tension between women's economic role and their role as mothers. Because I think this channel can be particularly relevant to understanding ultra-low fertility in countries like Korea. But I do want to emphasize that this is just one part of this broader debate on low fertility. So let's go on to this explanation that women's opportunities expanded rapidly, but institutions and norms did not keep pace. And actually, can I have the mic so that I can... separate mic. Thank you. Although this statement probably holds true for many countries, I think Korea is a great example of this tension because, as you all know, Korea experienced miraculous economic growth. And with that, we had a great transformation in women's economic roles. So here in this figure, I show you the share of women who are four-year college graduate or in the labor force or who have managerial professional occupations at ages 25 to 34. Among women born in 1960 in gray and among women born in 1985 in red. So it's roughly one generation apart. And you see that by any measure, there has been significant improvements in women's economic opportunities in Korea. So daughter generation and the mother's generation are basically living in a different country. However, when you think about what people think about as gender roles and the norms that we have around the gender roles, it hasn't changed as much. So here, I'm using the statistics from the most recent wave of the World Value Survey, and they have statements about gender roles, such as men should have more right to a job than women, or a preschool child suffers with a working mother. And this is the most recent wave, and you may be surprised to find that in Korea, a majority of people still agree with these statements. So in Korea, women are still perceived to be the secondary earners and also the primary caretakers, maybe more so than in other high-income countries. And that definitely affects how households and workplaces are organized. So for example, in Korea, even though they're working, the Korean mothers and dual earner couples do 3.6 hours a day more of housework than fathers. And also workplaces remain not very family friendly in the sense that we still have relatively long working hours and rigid working environments such that flexible options like work from home are not readily available. So putting these together, we have this reality where women's economic roles have shifted toward this new world where both men and women work. But workplaces and gender norms still largely assume a male breadwinner one, where women are still responsible mainly for the housework and childcare. And that will have, that as a result, then we'll have this growing tension between what women want to or can achieve economically, but what is expected of them as mothers. And the most visible signature of this incompatibility is now what we know as the child penalty. So these figures actually come from Henri Cleven and others' paper, where they plot the trajectory of employment of men and women around the first childbirth in different countries. So the red vertical line is the time of first childbirth, and the gray line is the employment trajectory of men. The black line is the employment trajectory of women. Regardless of country, the qualitative pattern is the same. For men, you don't really see any change when it comes to childbirth. You don't really see a change in their earnings or employment. But for a woman, as soon as she has the first child, her employment or earnings will fall sharply. So this divergence in economic outcomes between mothers and fathers is what is now termed the child penalty or the motherhood effect. And this gap between mothers and fathers is now known to take the lion's share of the gender pay gap in developed countries today. But I want to pause here for a second and remind you that this child penalty, however, is only going to be observed if you do have children. It's not going to be observed if you don't have any children, if you remain childless. Now, this may sound obvious, but it actually has interesting implications in ultra-low fertility context. So when fertility rates fall further, like in countries like Korea, more and more people are actually going to be in this group where they don't have any children. So for example, this figure comes from my paper on fertility and marriage trends in Korea, and you see the share of women who are never married by age 40 in pink, and the share of women who don't have any children by age 40 in red. by their birth year. And you see that for women in Korea in the 1950s, for example, with the 1950s cohorts, almost all of them got married and had at least one child. However, after the 1970s cohorts, you see this sharp rise in the share of women who don't have any children. So when we talk about low fertility and fertility decline, especially ultra-low fertility, I think it's important to keep in mind that we're not just talking about the intensive margin of the average number of kids becoming fewer and fewer, but it's that at the extensive margin, there's also an important shift that's happening. More and more people are having no children at all. So it's a extensive margin movement that we are observing for recent cohorts. And given this background, then this raises the question of, as fewer people have children, so as fewer people become parents, who are the ones who do become parents? So who are the ones who do have children? And what can the child penalty tell us in this context? What can we learn from the relationship in ultra-low fertility context? And let me show you what the data says about this. The findings that I'm going to show you come from my recent working paper with In-kyung Yoo, who's an economist here at the Bank of Korea. And we use administrative records from the Korean National Health Insurance System, which covers the entire population of Korea. And it has monthly information on their earnings, employment, and also childbirth. We focus on women born between 1976 and 1985, so relatively recent cohorts. And remember, this is also the period where the childlessness rate has risen sharply in Korea. So we're gonna study, what happens to their economic outcomes around first childbirth and how it's changing over time. So here is the child penalty figure for Korea, using the administrative records. And you see that it's similar to the earlier figures that I showed you. For men, nothing really happens. So their earnings trajectory is not affected by first childbirth. But for women, you see this substantial drop around the time of first childbirth. And importantly, you see no recovery, at least in the 5-year window that we study. So after 60 months after first childbirth, mothers' earnings are 43% lower than what would have been in the no child counterfactual. And more interestingly, we find that this child penalty is not becoming smaller. So here I do the same analysis, but for breaking them into two groups. So 1976 to 80 cohort and 1981 and 85 cohort. So look at the gray and red lines there. And you see that the more recent cohort of women are actually experiencing a larger child penalty. And this pattern is even clearer when I narrow down the cohorts. So here, when you look at the late 1970s cohorts and the woman born in the 1983 and 85 years, you see that the most recent cohorts of women are experiencing a nearly 50% decline in their earnings after first childbirth. And this was surprising to us because, as many of you here know, gender pay gap or gender equality overall has been improving over time in Korea. Okay, so we know that, for example, the female to male earnings ratio has become higher for recent cohorts at every age. So the gender pay gap is becoming smaller. So that's one statement. Gender pay gaps are becoming smaller in the overall cohorts. However, but when you look at those who have children, so when you compare the mothers and fathers, the child penalty has become larger for the recent cohorts. And these two statements are not necessarily contradictory because not all women are mothers now, right? Motherhood has become a selected status. So you can actually have this result where the overall gender pay gap or the overall gender gap in labor market outcomes is narrowing, whereas the child penalty is not. So to understand what is happening in this margin of selection into motherhood, you can imagine there can be different channels into who becomes a parent. And one channel that we can think of is with regards to economic resources. So it can be that people who are more able to afford having children, so those with more secure jobs, those with higher earnings, they may be the ones who are more likely to have children, increasingly so in recent cohorts. And these groups may also be the ones who are better positioned to take parental leave after having children. And during parental leave, you will experience an earnings loss because you don't receive your regular pay during parental leave. So that's one possibility. Another channel is with regards to preferences. So remember that this is also one explanation of low fertility, that values are changing. Younger generations don't think the way that previous generations used to. They don't think of childbirth as to be life essential goals. So given that, it could be the case that people who place higher personal intrinsic value on family, on having children, they may be the ones who select into parenthood. They may be the ones who are having children. And then these groups may be the ones who are willing to, for example, reduce labor supply after childbirth. So these are two very different channels, but they could potentially point toward the same outcome of the measured child penalty becoming larger in recent cohorts. Now, I'm going to show you some findings about channel 1 because that's what I can directly check with the data. So what I do here is to compare the baseline economic characteristics of women who eventually become mothers with those of women who don't have any children. Okay, so here I look at what the relationship is between their employment, earnings, and their job characteristics with whether they become a mother, they have children by age 37. And you see that women who used to work, who have relatively higher earnings, and who are in relatively good jobs, so like in public sector or in the large firms, they're the ones who are more likely to have children by age 37. Importantly, this relationship strengthens for recent cohorts. So selection is becoming stronger when it comes to these economic characteristics, and mothers are increasingly drawn from better paid women in relatively secure jobs. Why does this matter for the child penalty? Because this group is also the one who is the best position to take advantage of the expansion of parental leave. So as many of you know, in Korea, parental leave policies have expanded over the period, and it was a national policy. So everyone is, on paper, everyone can apply for it, but there is important heterogeneity in who actually takes up parental leave and who actually uses parental leave. What I find is that especially when you compare these cohorts, recent cohorts of women is in these kind of jobs. So women in large firms, women in public sectors, and women who had relatively higher earnings, they are the ones who especially increase their use of parental leave. And during parental leave, your regular earning, you won't receive your regular earnings, so it can look like your child penalty has increased compared to the previous cohorts that you didn't use as much parental leave. Now, it's difficult to do a causal analysis of how much this parental leave can actually explain this cohort difference because we don't know for sure what would have happened without the parental leave expansion. But here I make the extreme assumptions that nobody takes leave in any of the cohorts. So nobody takes leave, and I replace the zero earnings during leave with the earnings in the month before the leave. So I replace the earnings during leave with the regular earnings that you would have received if you continued working. And what I find is that the difference in the child penalty, so the difference between the gray and red lines, narrow down to the difference between the black and pink lines. So it's about half of what it used to be. So again, this is not a causal analysis, but it's one way to describe how the shift in the selection of women who become mothers and the change in their behavior in terms of the use of parental leave can help explain some of the pattern here of growing child penalty in Korea. And what this means more broadly, so in going more broadly than this specific pattern here between these two cohorts, is first that the child penalty and the aggregate gender pay gap may not be the same. And recent literature, recent research on gender inequalities has actually discussed that the gender pay gap has become virtually synonymous with the child penalty, because now child penalty has become such an important factor in explaining the gender pay gap. However, when fertility rates fall to very low levels and you have a non-trivial share of your population not having any children, these two measures, there can be a disconnect between the two because not all women and not all men are parents. So you can have this situation where the aggregate gender pay gap and the child penalty actually don't move in similar directions. And this means that you can't use either measure alone to assess policy. For example, we would usually think that when the aggregate gender pay gap becomes smaller, that it's a good thing. But the aggregate gender pay gap could become smaller and smaller for a very different reason. So even if the underlying work-family compatibility is not resolved, the aggregate gender pay gap can become smaller in Korea simply because more people don't have any children. And because then the woman won't experience the post-birth decline that I showed you, it'll look like the aggregate gender gap is becoming smaller and it's improving. When it's actually the case that it's the change in the demographic, the fertility decisions that are underneath this measure that's driving the change in these patterns. So I think it's important to distinguish between these measures and also to remember that these measures are sensitive to the demographic transitions that we are experiencing today. And that means we need to look at both margins of inequality, not just the one after childbirth, so among existing parents, but also the inequality before having childbirth. So the after childbirth is the child penalty that I talked about. So it's the inequality that you see between men and women after they have children. And this is still an important measure because we do want to know how unevenly care is being divided and what can be done to help reduce the earnings loss or employment loss that mothers experience after having children. But at the same time, we also need to pay attention to the inequality that's emerging before childbirth. So some people are not having any children, and of course, this could be totally due to their preference. So to be clear, I'm not saying that people who remain childless is because of the work-family incompatibility issue. Some people simply do not want to have children. However, it is also true that parenthood is becoming a more economically stratified experience. So we need to understand who is giving up having children because they do not think that parenthood is going to be compatible with work. So as fewer people become parents, we have to ask not just what happens to the parents after they have children, but who are the ones who can become parents in the first place, because that's an invisible inequality that's actually becoming more and more relevant in societies like Korea. And that could mean that policies need to broaden and move beyond parental leave. Now, parental leave is the representative policy when it comes to low fertility and work-family compatibility, and it is an important policy. But as I showed you, parental leave has its limits. Not all people, not all workplaces can afford parental leave. And even if you do take parental leave, once you're over that leave period, the work-family incompatibility issue is still there. It's not resolved. So we need to reorganize workplaces in such a way that regardless of parental leave, your everyday care can become compatible with work. And what this means is to move towards a labor market structure where it's more flexible. So people can more flexibly adjust their working schedules. They can have options like work from home. And also we have changes in workplace norms so that both men and women can participate in everyday care, regardless of whether they have children or not, and regardless of whether they take parental leave or not. Because I think the ultimate goal is not to reduce a measure like the child penalty or the aggregate gender gap, or to increase birth rates this year to a certain number, but I think the ultimate goal should be to make parenthood more compatible with work. And in that case, that will help address both of these inequalities. And I think that's the broader policy challenge going forward in this period with ultra low fertility. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hwang, for your insightful presentation. We will now proceed to our next speaker, Professor Min-Chul Yim, Associate Professor of Economics at Virginia Commonwealth University. He will deliver a presentation entitled Status, Externalities in Education and Low Birth Rates in Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Okay, so thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about one of the reasons for low fertility in Korea, which is intensive parenting, and I'm Min-Chul Yim, and this talk is going to be based on two papers, one at AER with Michelle Turtil and Sung Kim, and the other one with Michelle Turtil and Lucas Mahler. So, so motivation for this paper, this presentation is clear. I mean, we already saw that the global fertility rates are declining, right? And East Asia is kind of leading this transition, and especially Korea. And so this has made like a lot of governments interested in like different policy options. We just heard about like parental leave policies, but there are also cash transfers, right? Or childcare subsidy, right? So there are different options. And governments are interested in like their effect, right? Today, I'm going to focus on one recently proposed mechanism, which is this based on this status concern, right? How that could lead to intensive parenting and what's going to be the implications for the policy, like not only family policy, but also education policy. Okay, we already saw a version of this graph like from the previous talk. So world fertility rate has been declining quickly. And if we zoom in among the advanced countries in recent decades, we see that actually these patterns are quite heterogeneous. But one line, the blue line that is quite striking is like the set of countries, including the South Korea, US, Singapore, Chile, and you see that those countries have experienced even faster decline, right? After reaching this like around the replacement rate, right? So now let me ask like so this important question. So many governments now try to encourage fertility, but I think more fundamental question is like should government intervene, right? So this is very standard economic question we should ask when it comes to any government intervention. And if you ask like, if you look at surveys asking like, what are the reasons why you don't have kids, then typical answer is about children that being costly, right? So children are getting more expensive, right? But if you think about whether that should be a reason for government intervention, actually it's not clear, like based on standard theory. No, that's the people's choice, right? And then why should we intervene when people make such choice, right? So we have to raise this important question: when do this intensive parenting and low fertility generate inefficiency? And if the answer is yes, then we can talk about the government intervention and how, right? So one region could be, in these papers, we argue that one region could be this status concern, right? So in general, we know people care about relative status, and this idea goes back to this old classic paper by Bevelin. And keeping up with Jones is actually a very well-studied phenomena in macroeconomics in generally, right? And we argue that this also these status concerns are also relevant when it comes to children's education. Okay? So the idea is very intuitive. So parents, they compare their children's status relative to others, right? And this actually tilts the quantity-quality trade-off towards quality. And this is going to drive up the investment, and it's going to reduce fertility. Importantly, this channel is going to suggest that this is standard externality, right? Which means that fertility is inefficiently low, while the expenditure, private education expenditure, will be inefficiently high. Okay? And this clearly gives rise to the rationale for government intervention. So if we try to reduce excessive investment, this is going to also address the fertility as well, right? So this is basically the idea. And before I talk about the theory we propose, let me describe the situation in Korea briefly, right? I mean, this is going to be very, very familiar to Korean audience, but for the international audience, this could be useful. So we call it education fever. So this can be characterized by two facts. One fact, majority of students go to this after-school private education called Hwang. So participation rate is 75%, right? That's pretty high. And at the same time, not only participation rates are high, but also they are very costly, right? You spend, per kid, you would spend like 10% of family income per kid easily, right? And this is even getting higher. Okay, so this is the picture illustrates what would be like near Hagwon, like this private education institutions, like Hagwons, like at 10 p.m. in Seoul, right? So you see like full of students, right? So this is like illustrating the education fever. If you can go a bit deeper, like, so when does this participation begin? Well, actually, it already starts at the elementary school level, and it persists over this middle school and high school range. And, you know, this main subject, this is quite persistent, about 60%. When it comes to financial burden, actually, this burden is even greater for poorer households, because if we compute the share of income that is spent on kid per kid, then this ratio is, this percent is actually highest for the poorer households in all levels of education. Okay, so kids are more financially burdensome for low-income households. Their income is already lower, and this suggests that this is going to have some implication for fertility. So here, this is just descriptive, like there's no causality here. We are just looking at income-fertility relationship, which we are familiar with. So for example, in many countries like the US, historically, this relationship has been negative. If we compute this relationship in Korea, actually this is positive, right? So poor households, they tend to have fewer kids, which are quite different from other countries. So this already suggests that some financial economic resources are playing an important role in understanding low fertility. Right? Okay, so based on this motivating fact, this set of motivating facts, I'm going to present this very simple model of status, concern, and fertility, and this is going to be based on the model in the Brookings papers. So this is very simple. So let's consider a framework where parents, they value kids along both quantity and quality. So H is going to be quality and N is going to be quantity, right? And when they value quality, our idea is that parents care about their relative quality, right? So you can see that over there, the quality utility is a function of not only your own kids' quality, but it's relative to other quality multiplied by the degree, which chi captures the comparison motive strength, right? And H tilde is the benchmark quality. So each individual in this model, each individual takes quality, the benchmark quality as given, and they make choices. And then how is this tilde determined? H tilde determined is determined in equilibrium. Okay, So individual choices should be consistent with that benchmark, right? So it's kind of a fixed point problem. So this is very simple analytically tractable model. So if we solve this analytically and get the equilibrium, then this is the result. Then I can talk about 3 important results based on these findings. First, when we increase chi, let's say people comparison motives are stronger, then it's going to increase equilibrium spending, and it's going to reduce the fertility, right? So we call it level effect, right? But this goes beyond the level effect. Suppose that over time, the families they care more about quality. This could be driven by rising the education returns to education, right? So in our model, for example, so the omega H, for example, let's say that increases, and that's going to increase quality spending for per kid and reduce fertility, right? But what we argue is that that decline in fertility is going to be even stronger when chi is higher, right? So that we call it the slope effect. Okay. Now we can add heterogeneity and make the model more realistic. So that's what we do in our AER paper. So more quantitative model. But but in this model, still we can add some heterogeneity easily. So for example, consider 2 types, like high productivity, low productivity type, and consider like something like skill-based technical change, where wage only increases for high type. Then what does it mean in terms of fertility changes? Well, high type is going to reduce fertility because their income gets higher, right? But our model suggests that there will be spillover effect because low-income household is going to also reduce fertility due to the fact that high-income families, the benchmark group, spend more, right? So this is keeping up with Jones's story, right? Okay, then are these results, empirically reasonable? So here I'm going to show you some suggestive evidence. So this is very suggestive evidence, right? So the first evidence we show is this, if you look at cross-country variations, so we need some sort of like a proxy of comparison motive, but that's very hard, right? So what we got was this educational worries from World Value Survey as a proxy, right? And then we correlate that with TFR. Then in terms of the level, you see that there is a clearly negative relationship, right? So this is like level effect I talked about, right? What about the slope effect? We can correlate that measure with change in fertility, the decline in fertility. And we also find that those countries that have more educational worries, higher educational worries, tend to experience faster decline. So what kind of countries was that? Like Korea, Singapore, Japan, right? These are Chile, and these are actually exactly the countries that experience faster decline in the graph I showed you, right? All right, then the third result about spillover, actually this is even harder because, well, to Koreans again, like this is very natural in some sense, but it's very common to hear that your friends' kids go to certain hagwon, then I feel like I should send my kids to hagwon, something like that, right? So this is what we want to measure as a spillover effect, right? So there's a lot of anecdotal evidence, but here we try to provide formal empirical evidence. So basically, the idea is to estimate the effects of high socioeconomic status spending on low SES spending, okay? But you can't just run regression because these are very endogenous, right? So to identify causal effect, we exploit the curfew changes, curfews after which the hagwon cannot be operated, right? So in Korea, this was introduced to reduce the private education demand, and it strengthened over time across different regions in different timing with different timing. So it started with 12 p.m., like 11 p.m., 10 p.m., etc. Right? So we use these variations to capture how that affects high SES spending, because typically who goes to Hagwon late at night? Typically those who go to a lot of programs, right? Okay? So more likely to be high SES families. And then using that as an instrument, we try to identify this causal effect of this high SES on low SES. Okay, so the high SES in our baseline model is top 15% of income distribution. Low SES is going to be like a bottom 50%. Okay, and if we run these two-stage regressions then with the instrument, then in the first stage we get this negative effect on high SES spending. Okay, and then more importantly we get like this economically meaningful spillover effect. Right? So how do we interpret that number better? It ranges from 0.03 to 0.09. So if you take the a median number, 0.05, it means that if the corpus reduce the high SES family spending by 10%, then that's going to lead to the bottom 50% education spending share by like 0.5 percentage point, where the mean was about like 6%. Okay? So this is quite meaningful effect. So now, given that, what will be the policy implications? So these comparison motives generate these social externalities. So they encourage social excessive investment, which reduces fertility more than more efficient level, I would say, right? And in our quantitative model, calibrated to Korean recent cohort, we shut down this comparison motive. This is very dramatic counterfactual exercise that eliminate that. Okay, then we find that actually completed fertility could increase by 28%, right? So which suggests that this is playing an important role in the current society. Now, as a policy experiment, this is very dramatic counterfactual, which is useful, but it's not realistic. So what we did was like we consider more like standard Pigouvian approach, right? So let's address the source of this externality directly together with pronatal transfers. So we consider a set of instruments, like policy instruments, like the pronatal transfers, like child allowances, together with taxes on private education. And we found that those can be, that there is an optimal policy that can increase fertility by 10%, for example. Okay, so that does not go all the way up to the first best, but this is still helpful to addressing low fertility. Okay, then one might ask, well, if we tax education, that's really bad. Maybe the kids will it's going to be harmful for the kids, right? So there may be some generational conflict, for example, right? We argue that not necessarily, or maybe in some sense it can be actually beneficial to them because some private education try to improve the test-taking skills and they're just changing positions, right? Then decreasing that kind of activities is gonna be not that much losing in terms of true learning, right? So that's the first point. Secondly, they're already spending a lot of things, so what will be the marginal productivity? That will be pretty lower, right? Pretty low, right? So in that sense, this kind of policies can be less harmful. But more importantly, we think that some private education may be even harmful, right? Because there's plenty of evidence that this excessive study time is very harmful when it comes to health, right? Myopia, obesity, and child mental health. So by reducing those extra unnecessary study time, we may actually improve their health, right? Okay, then So in our theory, we use taxes on education. Then one question is like, how can we actually implement this, right? So a bit of discussion about that. So our model suggests that we should tax or regulate the private education institutions, right? And in recent years, China's this double reduction policy is an example of this kind of policies. They completely ban the private for-profit after-school tutoring, right? And there's some evidence actually coming out now that this could actually increase fertility, right? I mean, although the evidence, I would say, is a bit mixed still, okay? So this could be a real-world example, and copious on Hwang we used in our empirical analysis is also an example of such things, right? So those policies are the ones taking this externality as given, right? And then what can we do, right? But we can also try to reduce this positional competition, like a motive for comparison directly, right? So, but this is actually very hard, right? And this is at the heart of many educational policy reforms. So I should be careful. But, one possibility is to reduce the role of relative performance in educational evaluations, because Korea is notoriously, we rely a lot on relative evaluation compared to, for example, like European education. Okay? But there's a reason for that because, I guess, Confucianism, this naturally values this test taking, and then you become successful scholarly, is highly praised. So there's a history why we actually like that, right? But when we reduce such thing, then this could actually address the problem more directly, right? Okay, we can also talk about so many real estate websites nowadays, like they publish the school ranking, like precise quality of schools. Maybe this could be also harmful, right? Lastly, social media, Hwang talked about. Another channel through which social media could reduce fertility is exactly this mechanism, through comparison motive, right? Because social media could play a role of comparison device, right? So this could be also another source, and then maybe another rationale for regulating social media, which is already happening in many countries. Okay, so let me conclude. So in these papers, we suggest this status concern, right? And which leads to excessive private education spending could reduce fertility, right? And with that, the novel policy implication is maybe the policy we could consider several policies government should consider to education-related policies, right? So try to reduce status competition investment like taxing or regulating private education, or maybe the intervention that actually weaken comparison motives. Okay, and this can raise fertility and importantly improve welfare, right? While not using a lot of money potentially, right? Okay, of course, the one last point I want to make is designing effective, feasible implementation. This remains to be very important thing to to study, right? So this is an important direction for future research. Right? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Hyun, for the highly informative presentation. We will now hear from the final speaker of session 2, Professor Selahattin İmroğlu, Professor of Finance and Business Economics at the USC Marshall School of Business. Professor İmroğlu will deliver a presentation entitled The Growth and Fiscal Cost of Late Aging, Demographic Drag and Compressed Fiscal Adjustment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very grateful for the participation opportunity. And we've heard a lot about fertility, the importance of education, going to cram schools after hours, and my talk will be a little on the more depressing side. I will be looking at the fiscal implications and especially public pension implications of aging. And so the paper is titled Aging on a Short Clock. And I'll try to stay here and see if I can manage the paper from here. I wonder if I have some buttons to push. Would I be able to do it from here? On the PDF? Well, we'll see. So let's go and I'll probably ask maybe for some help. I'll try to stay here. So we all know you've seen all kinds of evidence of aging. Every economy is aging, every population is aging, but the transitions are at very different stages. So Japan, Western Europe, and the US grew older much earlier, especially some of the European countries and Japan. And especially Japan, they have mostly absorbed the transition. And some late aging economies like Korea and China especially that started, and much of the middle income world, and I'll emphasize them later on, they face a much faster and steeper transition still ahead of them, and some of the evidence was already shown. So the timing of aging and the speed of aging will have two distinct burdens. One of them will be on the fiscal side. I'm going to try to give you a sense of how expensive it will be to adjust pensions. And I'll try to use a statistic that's very easily comparable across countries. So the pension adjustment that a country must make. And second, I'm going to also show, just like Fumio Hayashi showed, a growth burden of aging. It's a drag on output coming from the shrinkage of the workforce. So the question is, how large are these two burdens? I'm going to quantify them, and how do they line up? Are they correlated? Is a country facing a huge fiscal burden also a country facing a huge growth drag or not? So that's going to be the primary questions that I will be asking in this paper. Again, I'm going to rely on the same paper that Fumio Hayashi started with. This aging growth relationship appears to be nonlinear, and empirically, I think, as Fumio showed, a young to old to young ratio near 0.4 separates these pre and post transition economies. I'm going to use a different definition of old and young in my paper, and this paper's early and late aging taxonomy was going to kind of deliver a similar complementary approach to what Fumio had talked about. So early agers are kind of sitting at a place where they've already kind of crossed a particular threshold I'm going to quantify shortly, and they're aging still, but more slowly, whereas the late agers are approaching very fast to that threshold and expected to go above that much earlier in a more compressed time frame. So let's take a look at some of these issues as I go forward. So here's what I'm going to try to do in this paper. I'm going to document the magnitude and speed of aging. And I'm going to rely on an old age dependence ratio and certain thresholds crossing times in terms of years. My definition will be the old age dependence ratio definition will be the number of 65 and older divided by the number of people between 20 and 64. I have in the paper some sensitivity analysis extending the age to 69, 20 to 69 in the numerator, and 20 to 70 and older in the numerator, 20 to 69 in the denominator. The results are fairly robust. Second, I'm going to develop a very simple sufficient statistic. Essentially, I'll try to figure out what the retirement age must be in 2100 so that a country maintains the old age dependence ratio at its current level. And that's going to be very easily comparable across countries. The third quantification I will undertake is to compute a growth drag by relying on a calibrated solo growth model. And I'm going to do a decomposition of the drag into coming purely from the aging of the workforce, and a separate drag coming from an assumption I will make on the TFP path convergence of these economies relative to the US TFP growth rate. And it turns out that these are two separate things. They're not correlated. A country may be facing a very large number of adjustments on the retirement age, but facing very little growth drag and so on. Unfortunately, I cannot press this button, so I will have to. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So, so let me know that is. Okay, I was trying to press the button on the PDF slide. So let me stay here. Let me stay on the slide. Thank you. So I'm going to, first of all, try to give you, tell you exactly what I'm doing. For the growth part, I'm going to use the Penn World Table version 11.0. And as Fumio mentioned, this is the newest version of the PWT. Earlier versions have a huge difference for China, but for other countries, I think it doesn't make it a difference if you use the earlier versions versus the most recent version. So I'm going to rely on the Penn World Table for the population projections, just like Fumio Hayashi. I'm going to use the WPP, and I'm going to use both their medium variants, and for the most part, I'm going to rely on their low variant. And the reason is, if you look at the registry data and realizations over the last few years, the actual realized fertility rates are at they align or sometimes even are lower than the low variant fertility of WPP. And you can take a look at Japan's, Korea's, and China's recent experiences, and they align much closer to or sometimes below the low variant of WPP. So I'm going to take that as the baseline population projections, and in the paper I have the medium variant as a sensitivity analysis, and I consider that a possibly optimistic sensitivity. Would it be possible to click on this button? No, not that one. I don't want to go forward. I want to click on the button that's at the lower right-hand side. Perfect. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. So here I'm going to, I am not a demographer. I'm not a population economist. I'm learning from especially David and others. So I compare the WPP's medium variant that's on the top left-hand side for a few countries with the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, I think, IHME. And the IHME, they had used different models to project populations and especially estimate fertility. My understanding is that IHME relies more on educational attainment of females and also the access and use of contraceptives, and their model differs significantly from the WPP, and their medium, the WPP medium is significantly higher, more optimistic in terms of fertility projections than the IHME, and WPP low is fairly comparable to the lower bound of IHME. I'm going to rely on the IHME. If you could press the button to go back. Thank you so much. All right, so let me go to the next slide. So in this slide, I'm showing you the old age dependency ratio using the medium variant, kind of the optimistic setting for Japan. That's the black curve, and compared with the a few other nations. And as you can see, Korea is the neon green, and as Min-Chul and others just mentioned, Korea is expected to overtake Japan fairly soon as the oldest nation on earth. China is coming very strong. That's the blue, rising very rapidly. And both Korea and China appear to be around 100% in terms of the old old age dependence ratio in 2100. Now, another interesting point here is I was born and raised in Turkey, so the red circles are Turkey, and if the WPP data are to be believed, we will be like Japan in 2100, and that starting from a very young population. So these ought to be very concerning numbers for policymakers, especially in places like Korea, China, Turkey, and even India and Brazil. So here's my first set of results. And so going from an old age dependence ratio of 30.8% in the US, US will end up at 72.2%. So that's an aged society, but there's nothing compared to the aging other countries will be looking forward to. And as you can see, you see Korea and China looking at an old age dependency ratio in 2100. That's essentially one worker for two retirees. And that's, if you just think about taxes, that's a lot of taxes to pay. So the next question is, what is how many years does it take to cross certain old age dependency ratio thresholds? Going from 12.5% to 25% took United States took it in 6 to 7 years. All the other countries, as you can see, they're much faster, going from a dependence ratio like 8 workers to a retiree to 4 workers to retiree. Now, going forward, when you see these two dashes for US and India, they will not cross 100% old age dependence ratio by 2100, but take a look at the number of years it will take to go from one threshold to the next. Korea is number 1, according to the low variant of old age dependency ratios. So we've discussed, does higher fertility fix this? And the answer is not for about 30 years or longer. Because for the numerator is kind of fixed. The denominator is fixed until 30 years. If anything, it's going to make the fiscal issue a bit more difficult because total dependency ratio will rise over the next 20, 30 years. So I think the expectations of increased fertility, if it does increase, will not help the fiscal situation as far as public pensions are concerned. So let me move on to the retirement age statistic. So here I'm going to calculate the retirement age in 2100 that will make the old age dependency ratio in 2100 the same as what it was in 2024. And then I'm going to take a look at essentially how many years must the dependency ratio, how many years the retirement age should go up to maintain the old age dependency ratio unchanged. Now, of course, pension systems are wildly different across countries. Replacement rates are different. Qualifications are different. There's tremendous differences in the Social Security public pension parameters. And there's no way I can include those in my analysis. So I need to have just one simple statistic that is very easily comparable across countries. And that is going to be my measure. So, for United States, it will take about 13 additional years of work. So that's 67 plus 13 is 80 until retirement eligibility comes around. That will solve the problem. For Korea, it's 24 years. Now, obviously, these are such high numbers, no politician can even talk about these. So again, a message will be that many, many other fiscal levers need to be pushed. But this at least gives me a kind of an idea of the magnitude of the problem. And as you can see, the late aging economies, Korea, China, Turkey, Brazil, and India, they're facing much, much higher full retirement age increases than early aging economies like Japan, US, and Germany. So I'll put that aside. So the early agers are facing smaller adjustments, and then late aging economies are facing much larger adjustments. Now the question is, what's the growth implications? And again, this is going to be very similar in some sense and different from what Fumio Hayashi made. I'm just going to use a very simple undergraduate solo growth model. So I'm going to use a production function in which labor is measured exactly as Fumio did, as the working age population. And I'm going to calibrate the TFP from the PWT tables, and I'm going to calibrate the share of capital for each country separately from Penn World Table, the rate of depreciation of capital from World Table, and also the investment rate or the saving rate in each country separately from PWT. And if you could click on the first button, thank you so much. So just to give you an idea, here's my calibration. In the paper, I have 103 countries. I don't have space to show them. So just to give you an idea what the depreciation rate delta is, the capital share of GDP is theta, and the saving rates are. And in addition, I have the backed out average rate of growth of total factor productivity. Now, one point I want to make here is, here the US is essentially 1.1%. I'm going to consider that as the country that's the benchmark. As a result, I will explain this in detail later on. When I look at the TFP growth rates of other countries between 2024 going all the way to 2100, I'm going to make an assumption that all the countries that have TFP growth rates above that of the US will slow down in their growth of TFP, and by 2045, their growth rates will come down to the level of the US. Now, there's a paper by, a recent paper by Fernandez, Villaverde, Ohanian, and Wen Yao, where they look at the past experiences of Korea, Japan, and compare that to that of the US, Korea and China in particular, and they see some slowdown in their TFP growth rates, and as a result, I'm going to essentially follow their assumption. If we can return, thank you. So what's the size of the drags coming from these two channels? The demographic drag is coming from the shrinkage of the labor input in the production function. And for Japan, it's 29 basis points. So this shows this number means what would the reduction in the growth rate look like per capita if Japan maintained its working age population share unchanged going forward relative to what I use from the WPP. So the shrinkage of the working age population in Japan will lead to a reduction in the per capita growth rate of output. And these are early aging economies. And if an economy, some TFP paths in some of these economies, you see zero because these countries have TFP growth rates already below 1.1%, which is that of the US. Poland has a growth rate growth drag coming from a TFP path because their TFP growth is above the US. And when I make the assumption that their TFP growth paths will come down to the US level, you see the reduction in their growth rates. So how does this look like for late aging economies? Their demographic drags are much higher, about 3 times as large, because they're aging much faster than Japan, for example. And their TFP growth paths are for most countries, negative. For Turkey, there's a positive, like a tailwind from my TFP assumption, because their average TFP growth rate over the 2019 is negative. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt. China has a very significant headwind coming from the TFP, the reduction in the TFP growth rate. And you can see China and Korea are, and in addition to India, are going to be affected the most. So here I'm showing you some correlations between the number of full retirement age increases needed with the speed of aging is highly negative over the entire sample. So faster compression strongly predicts a higher fiscal adjustment in the retirement age. But it's essentially orthogonal to the growth drag coming from aging. And as a result, there are countries in my sample that require a huge increase in full retirement age, but facing essentially very little drag, close to zero drag, coming from the reduction in the workforce in the production function. So if you could press the button, thank you so much. Perfect. So I'm going to give you some, I have 4 minutes left and a few more slides to go, but here's what I'm going to do first. I started this project trying to estimate the unfunded obligations of Social Security Administration. I communicated with some of the economists, they have administrative data, it's very complicated. So I said, instead of doing what they're doing, let me do something simple. I looked at their old age and survivors insurance spending, about $1 trillion in 2023. I divided that by the number of people 65 and older. That gave me a per retiree benefit receipt that the administration is sending out. I looked at the taxes collected, payroll taxes collected for the same OASI, taking disability out of the picture. And I divided that by the number of people 20 to 64 and calculated the present discounted value using a 2% discount all the way. And I got a number which is $23.2 trillion, very close to what the trustees report indicates. And then I used this analysis with the WPP cohort shares going to 2100. And I can come up with a number, again, I mentioned very close to the trustees number. And I did this for Japan, and Japan is a much smaller number, especially if you include the subsidy for the basic part of the plan. The unfunded obligations of Japan are actually negative, meaning they're, from the pension standpoint, doing just fine. If you can get me back, thank you. All right, so let me move on to the next slide. So Korea is really, as mentioned, is really at the edge of every dimension that I've looked at. Their old age dependency ratio is going to be close to 200% by 2100. They're flying through the thresholds to get to the next stage. It's going to take him 14 years to get from an old age dependency ratio of 25% to 50%, something that took will take US 47 years. So the required drag, the required FRA increase is one of the highest in my sample, with a significant demographic drag. And as a result, the pension fiscal situation will be significantly harder in Korea than in other countries. So unfortunately, this is not good news at all. And all three binds at once. Largest adjustment, the least time available, and the weakest growth capacity. I have a minute and a half left. So let me conclude. The late aging economies really face three related issues. They face much larger fiscal adjustments. They'll feel tons of pressure on their public pension spending. And I'm completely abstracting from the needed increase in the public health side. So that's only going to amplify these significantly. They have far less time to implement any policy, because they're facing very compressed transitions. They also will face weaker growth capacity due to, number one, demographic drag, and number two, that their convergence of TFP paths. So fiscal urgency and growth drags are very different dimensions of the problem. Some countries face both, some countries face one more than the other, and Korea sits literally at the sharp end of all these three points. If you can click the robustness, I will mention one thing. So I also looked at an intermediate threshold going from 50% old age dependence ratio to 75. The results are very robust. The correlations between the speed of aging and the fiscal requirements even more strongly negative, and also the demographic drag, I get something fairly similar. So I'm going to stop at this as my time is out. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Emre Horoglu, for your insightful presentation. We will now take a break and resume at 3:40 p.m. Coffee and refreshments are available in the lobby. Please enjoy the break and kindly return by 3:40 p.m. Thank you. We will now begin the panel discussion for session 2. The discussion will be moderated by Dr. Fleet Sunzal, Deputy Director of the Policy Research Branch in the OECD Economics Department. Dr. Zhao, it's my pleasure to hand the floor over to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks again for all of you for joining us this afternoon. It has been a great conference. We remember certain things that we know before and we learned the new ones on this very important topic. And I'm very pleased to join you with an amazing panel that and you have seen the presentations just now with Dr. Hwang and Mr. Dr. Hyun. And also Professor Ibrahimoğlu. So this was a great conversation, and in some ways, the three presentations, three papers have been talking to each other. And I mentioned that some things that maybe I didn't know before, at least from my personal perspective, some important frictions that also play a role, especially in deciding whether in the selection of motherhood for women, and deciding on whether participating in the motherhood or not, and whether the governments can affect that margin is very important, as Dr. Hwang just introduced to us. So there was one element to it, and I would like to start with you in the order that the presentations went, which is that you very clearly show that we should not only look at the gender pay gap as a part of as an indication that maybe things are turning in a positive direction for fertility, because ultimately whether that decision of ex-ante participating in the job market or not plays a much bigger role. So what are some of the indicators that you would suggest the policymakers to take a look, both in terms of the potentially the indicators that play a role, both in terms of the fertility outcomes, but also in terms of gender equality? What should we look at?
So in addition to the conventional measures that we should continue to look at for the aggregate gender pay gap or the female labor force participation rates, those kind of measures are, of course, still, we still need to keep track of them. But as I said, as fertility rates fall to very low levels, and we now have this significant share of people who don't have any children, I think it becomes important to understand that group, like the people who have children versus the people who don't have children. And as I said in my talk, the difference is, some of the difference is going to come from preferences, right? From genuine preferences, but some of the difference will come from constraints. And we need to understand those constraints because that will help us understand both why some people are not having children, why, what can be done to help raise fertility rates or to help, meet the number of children that people would want to have. So I think it's important to understand whether, if parenthood is becoming a more economically stratified, experience, and in that case, what can be done, policy-wise to kind of remove or to lessen the constraints that can be there to people who would want to have children but who can't or who don't.
Yeah, thank you so much. So is there any policy that you have in mind that maybe have implemented in some other context or other countries that you would really strongly advise? Maybe, I'm sure there's no single bullet, but maybe the first step.
Right. I think that's why I kind of ended my talk by saying we need to go beyond the traditional family policy scope, because when we talk about family policies, we naturally tend to focus on existing parents. So we think about parental leave, we think about child subsidies. These are, how can we help parents, right? But, when we have ultra low fertility, many people can't even go over that threshold of becoming parents in the first place, right? So that's why the policies need to broaden to, work-family compatibility in general, or to flexibility in the labor market, or you can even go on to things like housing policies, et cetera, because it really has to do with the economic security and stability that young people face.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And now turning to Dr. Yam, so you mentioned that parents' concerns for children's relative success play a major role in terms of how much additional cost that will be in terms of that perception, and you call it education fever, that play a role in deciding on whether having children or not. And you point us out in this direction that, of course, there are also certain policies that potentially change, that make people less focused on the relative success of their children, but on the absolute success stories, maybe. What are some of these policies that you think that could play a role? You mentioned a couple in your slides, but I wonder if you have more to add.
Right. Yeah, so that's a great point. So in our model, we some sense use the reduced form way to capture this comparison motive using utility specification. But in reality, that's largely based on like this competition to get into college, for example, in Korea, because I think the underlying reason is, the mapping from like college entrance to labor market outcome and the lifetime income is very tight. Used to be super tight in Korea. Nowadays it's getting weaker, but still it's very tight. So it's very rational for parents to focus on getting their kids into top college, right? So individually, this is a very rational choice. So to break that, this comparison motive we use as a reduced form way we need to model all this process to talk about this more specific policy recommendations. But I think what has been discussed was adding some randomness to college admissions. So I think that in the UK, for example, the grant, if you above some threshold, then after that is random, right? So something like that could be considered, right? But I think there should be much more research on this kind of possibility. So I think I have like bunch of possibilities, but I would say that it's hard to tell before I investigate them. Yeah.
But potentially one of the elements that people think is I don't know if that's the case in Korea, but in my own country, Turkey, we also go through the system where the kids study until 11 p.m., including the weekends, starting from the age of 10. And one of the main reasons is that because there are really few places in elite universities, and in some ways you start to work to enter an elite university when you're 10. It seems very strange, but that's true. So for 8 years you work so that you have a place. Do you think that the number of places in universities or schools play a role? And could that be a marginal policy that could play a role?
Right. So scarcity of elite universities could be
or education.
Right.
Yeah.
But then eventually, why do they care about these elite universities? I think mostly because of the lifetime income trajectory, right?
Right.
Some people just might care about like value of having elite university degree, but I think for most people, that's more about lifetime income story, right? So
yeah.
So I think in that sense, another possible way to reduce this comparison motive is fundamentally the labor market, reforms or changes in the labor market. So this like more labor mobility throughout the lifetime could actually break the tight link from college entrance to like lifetime income. So this could be also another way to weaken this comparison motive ultimately. Yeah.
Yeah, and just, you mentioned that these working in such a competitive environment for kids may not really have a positive impact on their learning or their success for life. But to the extent that it may make them prepare to teach them discipline, to work harder, and potentially make them more wealthier or higher income earnings going forward, and therefore using Dr. Hwang's theory, then make them maybe more fertile or decide to participate in a select for motherhood. Maybe there's some indirect link, but I guess it remains to be seen.
Right.
Yeah. So you in your research, you don't seem to have much of a
right.
The impact of this relative success doesn't turn into something. Is there something real than just the perception of the parents and the fever.
Right.
Are they actually trying to achieve something for their children?
So true. So this over investment could actually have a positive impact, real effect on so-called human capital through this tight link from elite university to lifetime earnings, right? So by breaking that, like I think this link can be weakened, and right. So another thing actually I forgot to mention is like maybe if there are different trajectory in the labor market, like to be successful in financially, like for example, consider Germany, like they have different ways to be financially decent, right? So yeah, that could be another way to consider to weaken the comparison motives. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I jump in here?
Yes, please,
you're asking good questions. I'm interested. First of all, to Jisoo, same as in Japan, I think the key is to get the young people to get married. And the question is, what can a policymaker do to incentivize getting married? Change the tax code, possibly, because there are very few kids born out of wedlock in Korea, in Japan. So the issue is that people are choosing not to get married. So that's one question. And then, so how about, so the question is, all these cram schools are raising human capital, maybe not optimally. And so you don't want to reduce H tilde. You want to weaken the weight of that H minus H tilde in the utility function. One possibility would be, your second child goes to cram schools free, or there's some sort of a means testing, the sliding scale for affordability of those cram schools, because a lot of the policies regarding Social Security, once you start doing some means testing, they turn out to be quite optimal. It's not easy to pass it through the lawmakers, but I think if anything, it will, in the US, they will very soon means test Social Security. So those are the questions I have. Or you get 2 for 1, your second child goes free, or something like that. Or assign by lottery if there's like some sort of a kind of space constraint.
Okay, so to answer your question on marriage, I mean, one of the reasons why people would think about marriage is because they want to have families, right? I think those two are very much linked, especially in countries like Korea, where marriage is usually a precursor for childbirth. And I think there is no, we now know that there is no point in trying to convince people to get married. That doesn't work anymore. We need to make it such that, having children, forming families is an attractive option for them. And I think that's why I emphasize work-family compatibility, because I think one of the reasons why young people, especially young women, are so almost afraid of thinking about having children is because they know that their employment and earnings is going to take a huge hit. And that matters not just because of their own self-development and others, but because, raising children, like Min-Chul says, will cost them a lot in other ways. But now, instead of both the husband and wife working, the wife is most likely to drop out of the labor market. So they'll become even more financially difficult. So I think that's why work-family compatibility is such a key factor, because they need to know that they will be able to sustain their career even with children, not just for financial reasons, but also for their personal development reasons as well. And I think the second question was, and the second thing that I wanted to mention, though, is that in Korea, it is still true that non-marital births are very rare. So as I said, the order goes from marriage to childbirth. But another thing that I do want to point out is that among recent cohorts, a new trend, a new phenomenon is that now there is non-trivial share of people who get married but don't have children. So they're childless couples. So that's also a new pattern that's arising. And that again shows how having children is yet another, like a threshold that they need to kind of go over in order to start their families.
Yeah. Yeah, so thanks for the suggestion. Actually, we haven't considered that specific policy options, like means tested subsidy for the second child. I think it's possible to increase fertility, but what I'm not sure is whether that's welfare improving, because that's gonna create another distortion, like by affecting the family's choices. So I think there needs to be more investigation to tell that answer. But yeah, we haven't. In general, I think there needs to be some progressivity because the benchmark groups are most likely the high income families, and so taxes, for example, education tax we mentioned should be ideally higher for high income families to reduce this benchmark group, right? We don't have to impose taxes for the low income households. So I guess it's kind of similar spirit. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. This is great. Now I would like to turn to Professor İbrahim Horoğlu. I'm sorry, even as a Turkishist, your last name is quite challenging. Your paper argues that late aging economies such as Korea face an extraordinary demographic challenges, also because of the effect of past fertility decline are unfolding in a very short time scale. And I noticed that the baseline projections use a low fertility variant of the UN demographic projections. Just wanted to check whether some of the conclusions, I would say dire conclusions actually, because when I see the numbers, I think it will be a nightmare of any policymaker, whether we can get a bit of a breathing room in the assumptions or not. And also that linking a bit to the discussion in the first session on whether we are destined to have these relatively dire outcomes, do you think if a change in the outlook of fertility would substantially change the outcomes of your projections?
Thank you for the questions. I didn't have much time to go over this during my presentation, so this gives me a good opportunity. Now, first of all, the reason I use low variant of WPP is mostly because it does agree with the IHME's central estimates. So low variant is almost like what may most likely happen to fertility in the future. The IHME's 95% interval keeps the fertility rate in Korea between 0.71 and 0.95. And the low value of WPP is 0.8 in the long run. So the difference between medium and low has very little implication by 2050. For example, I'm using low variants of fertility, and I get an old age dependency ratio of 0.82. If I use medium, I get 0.8. So from a fiscal standpoint, public pension standpoint, they're about the same number. It makes a big difference after the second half of 21st century. As you said, the old age dependence ratio is almost twice under the low variant, and obviously that assumption plays a big role in the very bad outcomes predicted by these numbers. So the question is the low variant a pessimistic scenario for Korea? I don't know. I mean, literally, we have to wait a few more years to see the realizations in fertility. Then we can be a bit more kind of optimistic or pessimistic about future old age dependency ratios. Again, as I mentioned, there's a huge difference in the old age dependency ratio used by 2100, depending on the realizations of fertility. Now, the question is if a fertility recovery happens in a few years, how much is it going to happen on the public pension side? Not much. You're going to wait until 2060 to have any impact on the increase in the tax-paying younger workers to kind of bail out people who are retired at the time. It will make a big difference, obviously, in 2080, 2090, and by then I won't be around, and I hope our grandchildren will be able to deal with those outcomes.
Thank you. So I would like to turn to the floor if there's a question. Yes, please, Volker.
Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for these fascinating presentations. I would have one question and maybe a suggestion to close the loop a bit between Professor Hwang's and Hyun's presentation. I came across a survey where people were asked, I think specifically women were asked why they don't have as many kids as they wanted. Because there were two surveys, like how many kids do you want and how many kids you actually get. And one of the answers was, for me, it was very surprising and shocking and a bit depressing. And I think it's kind of the collateral damage of the education fever, is I think number 1 or 2 in the reasons was, I don't want my kid to go through the same mess, horror that I have experienced. Which is very depressing to hear this. So if you ask 25-year-old women why don't they have any kids, maybe that explains a big chunk of the childlessness. They have suffered for so long during this education fever and experience that they don't want to exert this pressure on another human being. And I think if you read this, then as a policymaker, you have to act. I mean, it's not an easy, there are no low-hanging fruits. I think they also changed, I think attacking the text, the test examines, how they work and how I think this is one way to get there, to make it less important to do all the quant stuff, but maybe also value some social skills and so on. I think that you cannot really acquire and hack one. So I think there are some ways, but this result in the survey was really frightening. So my first question is, do you concur with this view? Is this something that is really on the mind of want-to-be parents, that they really think about child well-being? And I think I would, at the OECD, propose this as our next special topic, well-being. Because I think what is really going wrong in Korea is there's the awareness that many things go wrong. And it's a bad equilibrium. It's very bad to get out of it. So there needs to be a new social contract, I think. Yeah, was a bit a long question or intervention. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to ask questions for each one. And so this session looks quite gloomy, the gloomiest among other sessions. So maybe I want to ask some question about the bright point. And I will ask, first of all, Jisoo, and maybe currently we, maybe in this year, it's a 2026, and then last year, 2025, there was a new population census came out, and then so it shows that maybe around 50% among 15 to 49 women, and 50% has no spouse. And then 10% having spouse, but no children. And 40% maybe they get married and then have spouse, and then they have around 2.2 persons for each woman. So it concludes a maybe 0.8 around that total fertility rate. So, but recently we see that we see that some kind of rebound in the total fertility rate from the 0.72 to this year the 0.92. So we see some good signs of that situation. My question is that recently, when maybe there is some kind of social collective consciousness among people. I mean that in the past we experienced very rapid growth, and then women was not treated equally like men. So they had a very bad experience in the process. They watched their mother's life, and then they didn't want to follow the route. And so maybe, but nowadays the young maybe 20 maybe ladies, they see that what happens in their maybe elderly, maybe ladies' life when they became late 30s or in 40s, and then they see that they look like happy, or what about their single life kind of things. And so what do you think about that? This new experience give some different mind in 20s ladies, and then younger ladies having a different mind? That's my question. And for Minchul, in Korea, maybe parents invested a lot in education. Basically, education is the maybe very important teaching in historically. So maybe we cannot miss maybe giving opportunity of learning to children. But here the problem is that we have very high university enrollment rate. So everybody invests in maybe the education, private education. So even though we invest a lot in education, they are compete with each other. So the final result does not give any some differences. So maybe this kind of competition is just no good result, but just maybe spending money kind of things. And so my question is, do you have any kind of suggestion about how can we maybe change this too much competition among maybe high school students kind of things, and then how to change the education, university enrollment, or kind of other some institutional issues about the education system. So if you have any ideas, and then please show us that kind of stuff. And the Stella Hatin, it was the gloomiest story, and you said that Korea sits at the sharp end of all three, and so larger fiscal adjustment, and then less time to adjust, and also weaker growth capacity. So it's a quite gloomy situation. So do you have any suggestions for Korea and in this aspect, and what should be done in this situation? That is one question. Another one is that I talked about the AI boom, the very recent phenomenon, and what do you think about this impact, its impact on Korean economy, and then any other suggestion about that? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chu. So maybe we can get the reactions first, and then I will open the floor again for questions, please.
Thank you for the questions. To first answer Dr. Zeman's question, since all parents would want the best for their children, so if people have a depressing outlook for their children's lives, I think it can go as much to say, the best thing I can do for my children is not to have children. It's of course very difficult to quantify how much of that kind of outlook is the cause for low fertility, and also, education would be a part of that as well, one part, but there could be other reasons as well for that depressing outlook. Now, I think young people in Korea are very much aware of how the pension fund is running out, and the mere fact of population aging and low fertility itself is, I think, also a depressing news to them. The fact that our country is shrinking economically, socially, and that itself can also add to that. So I think overall, the depressing outlook would definitely not help them decide to have children, but of course it's difficult to know how much of that is actually playing in their background. And to answer Dr. Cho's question, yes, we have seen that slight rebound in the total fertility rate, but I think, as we know, total fertility rates are very much subject to tempo effects. So I think although I'm also glad to hear that there was an uptick rather than a downtick, I think it's too early to tell whether there is actually something fundamentally changing in people's decisions, because we still don't know if this slight uptick is like the echo from the pandemic. You know, many people delayed their marriage during the pandemic, and so they got married in 2023, 2024, and now they have births. So we still don't know if it's an actual change in people's behavior, like outlook or people's decisions when it comes to marriage or fertility, or whether it's just a pandemic effect. So I think we would still need to wait a few more years to actually find out if we actually are experiencing a turnaround.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hyun.
Yeah, so I think what you, no, sorry. I think what you, your survey evidence is totally consistent with the story we have, like competitive environment they experience as a student could be reflecting the reason why they don't have kids. But you suggested like the changing the test, that is like a very important test to be maybe spread out over different series of different tests. And actually, I'm pessimistic about this kind of approach, because as long as this love for relative, evaluation exists, then stress actually can expand to like over a whole school period. so I think education actually ministries tried a bunch of different ways. Like they changed the weight like on the importance of this sunung, like the college entrance exam. I mean, then what happens? Well, the school language are important, then they actually compete within school, because within school, relative performance still matters, right? So it's very hard to actually resolve this issue. So I think this is a very important question to address. So I think as long as there's a love for test, this is going to be very hard, yeah. And relative evaluation. And about Dr. Cho's point about this. So basically, our story is exactly that. Like it's a red race, right? Arms race. So everyone is spending more just to get the better positions. So we are kind of wasting money, right? So our optimal policy is exactly designed to reduce that red race, component. Like so it turns out that some notion of taxes on private education can actually, reduce that component, but that doesn't fully address the whole competition. And there's also implementation issue, which I already mentioned. So, but the idea is exactly that, this red race story, yeah.
Thank you, Professor Imre Horol.
Thank you for the questions about the brutal adjustments. I think, as economists, we just look at the data and use our kind of economic principles to see, what kind of policies may help the case. I have some very old paper with Christina Dinardi and Tom Sargent looking at the U.S. The transition from an initial steady state, this is back in like 1990s, towards a final steady state, given the aging as projected by the Social Security Administration. And in that paper, we consider, and there's an infinite number of fiscal policy levers that one can use. And the ones that tend to have as little damage as possible to existing currently alive generations is maybe changing the tax base to a consumption tax. Rely more on consumption tax to kind of pay for the transitional cost of reducing the Social Security size, or dealing with the aging, or postponing the retirement age. In fact, in the US, I talked to a few colleagues, scholars here. The early claiming age of 62, earliest claiming age 62, was preferred by more than half the people 25 years ago. And more, I would say about 60% of women and 55% of men claim benefits at the first possible age. And after the postponement of the full retirement age from 65 to 67, the penalty of early claiming grew up from 20% to 30%. So now you see a huge change in the claiming behavior. So I want to distinguish between claiming benefits and labor force participation. There are two different outcomes, decisions. And so by extending the full retirement age in Korea 2 more years, phasing it eventually, giving people time, I think that will really reduce the burden on the public pensions and also raise the tax revenue from payroll taxes. So that's one way to deal with it. Number two, I think Japan did a good job of increasing female labor force participation. And now I think they have higher than the US. So that's, I think, one lever that can be incentivized in Korea. And of course, that goes against raising fertility. But fertility is essentially a choice, except for some constraints that women are facing. But I don't think we can burden women with fiscal issues created by our public pension plans. And so that's a totally separate issue, especially over the next few decades. Another lever that's open to us is trying to reduce the implicit tax on working longer. A lot of social security systems, public pension systems have built-in rules that literally penalize working longer. And there's a well-established in the micro tradition through NBER people that this is the reduction over the last 20 years or so in these implicit taxes have really increased employment rates among older workers in Europe. So that if there's I don't know the pension system in Korea well enough to say if there is or not, if there is not an implicit tax on working longer. So again, you're going to look at female labor force participation going up, older workers coming back to labor force, and capital deepening. And I look at AI as part of that, at least initially when you build the farms to produce the semiconductors. That's going to help immensely in terms of both raising wages and also creating jobs. And to the extent that AI can then, gains can be translated into productivity gains that are economy-wide, that will certainly counteract some of the reductions in the working age population. So in that sense, I very much agree with you, the huge potential that AI has in terms of increasing both capital stock, it is already doing that, and productivity.
Thank you so much. Andrew?
Yeah, I've got two questions. I think the first is thank you very much. I thought that was a really interesting presentation. I'm interested in the link between fertility and the speed of aging, and it may be that this result's out there. And obviously, the faster the fall in the fertility rate, the more rapid you get an aging population. But your paper was about an interaction of caring and a gender bias. And if you've got a gender bias towards caring and you've got a lot more older people because you're aging very rapidly, that's also going to have an effect on fertility and marriage. It's going to make you less likely to get married because you've got then more people to look after who are older. And also it's me, I've got less time anyway because I may have to care for my own parents. And obviously the higher the life expectancy in a country and the lower the fertility rate, the greater that burden. So I just wondered if you had any knowledge or thoughts in your own model about the role that that might play in making Japan and Korea have such low fertility rates. And the other question is perhaps is more of a statement. I think Sir Lettin's just done a great answer. You know, economics is a dismal science. Everyone always gets very dismal about the word aging, and you were dismal squared in your presentation as a consequence. But you know, the way I see your work is very much saying, this is unsustainable. You know, a system designed for a different age structure, a different life expectancy is unsustainable. So almost for that reason, demography isn't destiny. We're going to have to change. And the question is, what are the big levers? And you just looked at some fiscal and some economic levers, but there are big levers that we can pull on. Anyway, so that's my question and perhaps an observation.
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
Thank you for pointing that out. Right, so I don't explicitly talk about aging in my paper, but I think when I conclude with how everyday care should be made compatible and not just parental leave. I was thinking exactly along those lines as well, because more and more when we move towards this society with both low fertility and aging, it's not just about the parents who have young children. It's about also people who have to go to the hospital for infertility treatments. It's also for people who have elderly parents to take care of. So everyone here has some care issue that they need to deal with. And I think as long as we're moving towards the society where not only the men are working, but both men and women are working, if we don't really, seriously tackle this issue of how work is not very compatible with care, it's not just the parents of young children who are going to suffer. So I think that's why I think reorganizing workplaces, although it sounds like a very difficult policy, I think we can't really avoid that, especially, once we also think about the elderly care issue. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to respond? Yes, please.
I just want to make one comment. Thanks, Andrew, for your observation. I completely agree with you. I mean, we have levers, lots of levers, and the whole idea is that it's never going to be on one thing alone. Postponing retirement age is never going to do the job alone. So it has to be really thought of as pulling as many things at the same time as possible. Now, I want to mention here, for those of you who may not be familiar with the Japanese pension system, in 2004, they reformed their public pensions, what they call it, introduced a macroeconomic slide. So the whole idea was to index the benefits each retiree is getting to the size of the retiring cohort and also the size of the taxpayers putting money into the system. Furthermore, they wanted to give themselves some room to not fully adjust for cost of living adjustments to inflation. Unfortunately, they've had a very long number of years of deflation, so they never got to kind of fully exploit that. But they have started to reduce the replacement rate, so essentially cutting the benefits, and that tells people to save more. So, but they started doing this 22 years ago. So I think a lot of countries like Korea, US, they should kind of take a look at what they accomplished, given the kind of really, really brutal transition they were going through 22 years ago, and draw some lessons from it.
Thank you. Okay, please. Is there any other question from the floor? Yes, please.
Okay. So thank you for a great presentation, and I have two questions to Professor Hwang. So I think child penalty is one of the important factors to consider explaining the low fertility. And I was interested in your finding that the child penalty in Korea has increased across time or cohort, even after accounting for the parental leave. And I wonder how this trend has evolved in other countries, and if the child penalty has declined in elsewhere. What kind of policy or institutional differences do you think can explain Korea's different trajectory? And second question is that I was also impressed by your point that child penalty or the aggregate gender gap is not a reliable measure for policy success. And I was wondering if there is any other outcomes or index you may recommend policymakers to take care of or focus on instead.
Thank you for the question. To answer your first question, there are actually surprisingly little evidence on the trends in child penalties in different countries, because the first straightforward answer is because of the data requirements. But among the few countries with such overtime changes, there are cases where the child penalty has decreased. But in those papers as well, it was difficult to kind of pin down the reason for the decrease, and the decrease wasn't like a substantial decrease. They still have child penalties. And to get to your second question, I think it goes back to the first discussion that we had earlier. I think those two measures are still useful. I mean, we still need to look at them. But I think at the same time, because, as I said, we have the disconnect disconnect between these two measures due to people who are no longer having children, it's important to kind of also keep track of the extensive margin of fertility that I talked about, like the share of people who are remaining childless and what kind of characteristics we are different between those who do enter parenthood and those who don't, in order to understand that decision, because that's what's driving the disconnect between the two conventional measures that we looked at. Thank you.
And also, just to clarify, I mean, decreasing average pay gap is still a good thing, right? It may not be the sufficient thing for increasing fertility, but improving statistics, I guess, much better than deteriorating it for a negative impact, I would imagine. Yes, Volker.
So just one quick question I forgot to pose to Professor Hwang. I was a bit surprised to see the results on parental leave and the impact on the child penalty. With the data in hand, could you have a difference comparison between actually women that take parental leave and those who don't, and just compare these two? I would expect that those who used parental leave have a lower child penalty, especially after when they fully get back, because it should be a less costly option than dropping out of the labor force or reconciling family and work life in a society where this is difficult to do. So if you just compare like women that have their first child that go on parental leave with those who don't use parental leave, I think just also to make a case in favor of parental leave, because it sounded a bit like parental leave could be one of the causes for the gender pay gap.
Right. I think that's important to clarify. So parental leave is still an important policy, and we need parental leave policies. But I think I tried to mention that in my talk. It's difficult to know the counterfactual, like what would have happened if parental leave policies didn't expand, and especially it's kind of difficult to run that counterfactual when the composition of mothers are also shifting over time. So I haven't exactly done that exercise where you mentioned, just comparing leave takers versus non-leave takers. I'm sure the firm characteristics would be very different. Like, as I mentioned, the leave takers would be people like who work in Bank of Korea, like public sector, large firms, good jobs are the ones who usually take longer parental leave. So the firm characteristics would be so different between the two. So it may not be kind of a fair comparison when it comes to child penalties in that sense. But going back to the effect of parental leave per se, I'm working on a separate project that actually tries to get at that. And for that, you would need to use specific reforms in Korea to get at the causal effects. And I hopefully will have some findings to share next year for that one.
How long is the parental leave in Korea? Is it much longer than other countries, or there must be one that's...
So parental leave is 1 year per parent. So the mother and the father can take 1 year each. And actually, so Korea's parental leave system is very generous, even relative to other OECD countries, because it's 1 year each, and also you can use it anytime until the child is like 8 years old. So you have a wide window to choose from. So on paper, parental leave in Korea has become very generous, but that's what I'm trying to mention, though. Even though it's generous on paper, once you actually get to the workplace, some workplaces just can't afford to let their employees take a long leave.
And especially fathers, or do you observe this?
Fathers, so in that cohort, it was very, very small. Like the take-up of leave among fathers is very small, both because of the financial reason. For fathers, it's even a larger hit on their earnings because they're usually the one with the higher pay in the household. And also because of the gender norms that we have, right? People are not used to men taking parental leave. Yeah. But recently, it has been increasing because the Korean government has been making reforms to the parental leave system to incentivize fathers to take leave.
Yeah, I noticed in your graphs on the child cost that in Denmark, for example, you don't observe this drop, and I know because for several colleagues that in Denmark it's almost expected fathers to be using also the parental leave. That may not be the only reason, but maybe also something to look at.
Can I add something?
Please,
because
yes.
I've been also working on parental leave, so maybe
yes,
I can
please,
add some. So I think parental leave has become more generous recently, but it was not generous like 20 years ago. So
Okay.
there has been like reforms. And so now it's quite generous comparable to
Yeah.
Europe. And also, I think the length has also, duration has
Yeah.
extended to 1.5 years now. So it's quite generous. I think when it comes to child penalty, I think that's not necessarily causal effect of having kids, but I think typically people interpret that as causal effect. So I think interpretation should be made with some caution. And it depends on selection effect. So when we try to look at that by parental leave users and not, then there's another selection layer. So this makes things even more problematic when it comes to interpretation. Right, that's several things I wanted to
Yeah,
add.
thank you. This actually bodes well for one of the questions that I want to ask, because all of you emphasize that at the end of the day, the impact on fertility and aging on the society is very unequal, either across men and women or different generations or with different income groups. And of course, while we are responding to demographic challenges, we should also be mindful that we are not reinforcing some of these inequalities. What are your views on this? That there maybe were there cases where a policy was implemented, but actually some of the other social outcomes didn't work the way that it was planned?
Should I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's an important point. And a couple of dimensions of inequality come to mind. The first is, of course, gender, because we were talking about that. I think in the past, when you hear about these gender gaps, the first response could be, how can we help mothers or how can we help women? And when we think about those kind of policies that are essentially gendered, I think there could be a backfiring effect, right? Because then people who are not in that category will feel like they're being disadvantaged. And also it can have a backfiring effect, because then the employers would have another reason why they may treat men and women differently. So I think when it comes to these kind of gender / population related policies, it actually is more important to keep it gender neutral, to make sure that it's not just about mothers, it's not just about fathers, it's about just any worker, right? Anyone. And it goes back to the conversation we had with Dr. Scott. And I think that's, that really gets to the heart of the problem, which is that it's about work and parenthood and care. And it's not just about a certain group. And the second is across workplaces, like we talked about how parental leave is a national policy, but still when you actually get to the practical use of it, there's a huge variation and small employers just can't afford to use them. So I think in that sense, we need, from a policy point of view, there needs to be, even if the parental leave system is generous, you need to understand the difficulties of these small employers and have some measures to help them in financially or in technology support wise to have some kind of compatibility options that are less costly to them. So yeah, I think those kind of two inequalities come to mind.
Thank you. Dr. Professor.
I just want to emphasize, among all the doom and gloom projections, I think family policy should stand on its own. So it really, if we can help families achieve their desired size, that's fantastic. Could be preferences, then there's not a whole lot we should be doing. If it is constraints, then we should remove them and raise welfare. And so as far as other public pension and other fiscal issues are concerned, we have to adapt. We have lots of levers. We have to change institutions, and they are not. And if fertility improves, fantastic. It's going to help in the long run. But I think it's essentially what the families want.
Would you like to add
So I can maybe one finding we had in our paper. So as I showed you earlier, in Korea, fertility is positively correlated with income. So poor families, they actually have fewer kids. And through the lens of one model that's largely driven by this status externality. So in our counterfactual exercise, when we remove the status externality, aggregate fertility increased by like 28%, as I said, but a lot of the increase is driven by these low-income families. So I mean, potentially, like addressing this externality could actually have inequality implication as well. So yeah.
Actually, since you emphasize the externality, to the extent that the aggregate and macro cost of low fertility has real implications for what type of macroeconomic policies governments can put in place, there could be certain tension as well between the individual welfare and the aggregate welfare, in the sense that if, especially to the extent that this presents a personal choice of some sort. How do you see that this isn't that another externality that at the individual, whether if there's a tension between the individual welfare and aggregate one?
Okay, so in general, the social welfare function, which is the objective of optimal policy, is a function of individual utility and with some weight, right? So I mean, so optimal policy should increase utility for many people, but obviously in many policies with heterogeneous agent, it's gonna hurt some people, right? So there are some winners and losers, but optimal policies are designed to maximize so sometimes average utility, so you're right that there could be a tension, but
I mean, more that women may think that may not internalize the aggregate impact of their decisions in terms of fertility on aggregate outcomes, right? So in that sense, there's externality because they do not internalize. What was the Professor Ibrahim? I feel like you want to say something. So.
I was going to say there's always this pecuniary externality you mentioned. This. Think about in a macro model, people will save, and their saving raises capital stock and raises wages, but then they do not take that into account. So if you think in terms of a constrained, efficient allocation, a competitive equilibrium may accumulate less capital than optimal. And that again goes to Professor Cho's point of raising the importance of AI and increasing the capital stock, helping drive up wages. That's going to relieve and create a lot of fiscal space and help solve a lot of these fiscal problems. And maybe you're talking about something similar in that fertility decision.
Yeah. Any other points? And if not, yes, Jevo, please.
I think I was developing a question very much related to the conversation that you just had. I can a little paraphrasing one of the reasons that Professor Hwang used when she said social norms lagging women's changing roles. Again, one way to think about it is that we have some problem of institutions lagging behind changes in demographic, say, parameters. Things like longevity is much longer since we have technology and all those kind of things. But as we push, if we follow that line of thinking, what is the objective that we should have in mind in designing policy? Right now, it's very clear for Korea. Any reasonable common sense says that there is excessive education drive when you see the photo, or when you see the fertility, it seems a little bit too low. But do we know whether we should aim at fertility of 1.3, 2.7, for example, or for education, right? There is also positive externality from education. We say constraints, but constraints are basic, right? Raison d'etre of economics. If there are no constraints, there is no need for economics. So I found myself thinking in a circular manner. So what would be the reasonable criteria for us to have in mind when we think about policy?
Do you want to start? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. I think it also goes back to the tension that you mentioned. I think one thing that we should, I guess, keep in mind is that I think we would agree that we are not looking for a certain fertility rate number. I think going back to many of the discussions that we had, we were talking about trying to help people meet their desired number of kids or desired family. And to, from many survey research, we know that Korea's desired number of children is not 0.8, right? That's for sure. So there is definitely a huge constraint that is, making it difficult for some people to reach the number of children that they want to. And so in that regard, I think, when you talk about fertility, there is, of course, that genuine tension because from the macroeconomic perspective, one more child is one more future taxpayer. But when you think about from the family's point of view, it's very costly, especially on mothers. So when you talk about like a fertility number or, trying to raise fertility rates, I think we kind of risk that approach of instrumentalizing people, right, children or parents. But I think there are still policies that don't really need to have this conflict between the two, that don't really get to this tension. And I think those are the policies that we were trying to talk about, like thinking about work-family compatibility or thinking about more equal share of care or thinking about sharing risks and resources across generations. I think these kind of approaches don't need to get at that tension of where we instrumentalize people and try to get to a certain number, but we're just trying to make the constraints. We were just trying to reduce the constraints there so that people can reach the number of kids that they want to have. I don't know if that answers your question.
I also totally agree with Jizu that we shouldn't have target of fertility. We should rather focus on the sources and then try to address the sources, not symptoms. So, but we are not going to have a comprehensive model of all different sources. So it's going to be very hard to have precise target fertility.
Thank you.
I just want to, I agree with you. We need to ask some normative questions about, identify some objective function that we're kind of looking to maximize. For Social Security, one can put some parameters of the public pension system from retirement age to replacement rate to the tax rate and see what's optimal for any given country using different social welfare functions that at least that will give us an understanding of the answers to the normative questions.
Thank you so much. It was a great discussion, and I will invite you to give a round of applause. Sorry, there's a question you mentioned. Yes, please go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
This is on. Oh yes. Oh, thank you. I just had a question. Well, a quick question about accounting per se. So when we talk about average total fertility, is a greater contribute? I just want to ask, which one of these are the greater contributor? Whether each woman or each couple are having fewer children versus are there just fewer couples in general to begin with? And perhaps that might mean different implications for which sorts of policies might be more effective. So I was just curious about whether you knew from your own research or from the existing literature. Thank you.
Who would like to?
So I guess you're asking, is it the decline in marriage or is it the decline in marital fertility? Is that right? Is that your question?
Yes. Exactly.
I think until now, the bigger portion was the decline in marriage. But as I said, recently, there has been a growing share of people who get married but still don't have children. So the shares are shifting over time. But until recently, I think the big portion was that people don't get married to start with. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So let's give an applause to our panelists. And now let me just conclude today's conference. As you know, we have another day tomorrow with exciting presentations. Just to mention that we start the day with Governor Shin's and our director, also Johansson's, very hopeful presentations and dynamic, and we kind of seem to become gloomy and ended up in double gloomy at the end of today. But I'm very hopeful that tomorrow we will have a much hopeful day because we will be focusing on how the technology can play a role, how we can see aging and longevity as an opportunity. And we are also going to finish with a panel that looks into both challenges as well as opportunities, and how we can see that we can create a bit of a better future, and at least to manage the consequences of aging and demographic change for our societies. Just to mention some highlights that today there seems to be some disagreement, and we agree to disagree whether this is a destiny or not, but I think we are all agree that we can somehow manage the consequences of this for our societies and for our economies. And that's why these type of conferences are very important, that perhaps both looking to what we can do to the endogenous choices that people have, but also the economic and social implications of this. We looked at the global numbers in Professor Hayashi's presentation, and what other countries can draw lessons from the experience in Japan. And again, it's really alarming that some of the countries are actually getting much more faster to what the transition in Japan seems to be telling us. We then looked at the implications of aging and longevity for monetary policy, given that this conference is in Bank of Korea. Of course, it's especially fitting presentation by Dr. Hwang from Bank of Korea. And then we look at, again, with the growth and fiscal implications in the case of Korea, with Dr. Zeman from OECD and our Bank of Korea colleagues on a paper on this issue. And then in the panel, Dr. Chu also joined the panel to also especially emphasize taking a broader view of the aging and demographic challenges, and emphasizing that perhaps we should be a bit more hopeful on AI and digital technologies going forward, and there may be some countervailing positive impact on the longevity outcomes. And in the second session today, you just listened, so I'm not going to summarize it, but I think that we have identified certain important key frictions that maybe they were a bit of a blind spot before in both of your presentations in terms of child penalty and deciding ex ante whether to have motherhood or not, and in Dr. Hyun's presentation on the education fever. And I think to round the day up really well, Professor İbrahimoğlu presented a unified framework of growth and fiscal policy to indicate what type of costs are expecting us. As I mentioned just now, tomorrow we are hoping for a more hopeful day and to see the silver lining in all of this. And I'm really looking forward to seeing you all and continue the discussion tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, our sincere thanks to all the speakers, panelists, and moderators for their valuable presentations and discussions, and to all our participants for joining us throughout the day. This concludes the first day of the conference. As a reminder, the conference dinner for our moderators, speakers, and panelists will begin at 6 p.m. in the Maple Room in the 4th floor of the Plaza's Hall. Before leaving, please make sure that you have all your personal belongings with you. Lastly, tomorrow's program will begin promptly at 9:30 a.m. here in the conference hall, with sessions 3 and 4 followed by the panel discussion. This has been Sunny Yu from the Demographic and Labor Economic Studies team at the Bank of Korea's Economic Research Institute. It's been a privilege to serve as your Master of Ceremonies today. Thank you once again and have a pleasant evening.